Hey everybody, this is Jake from GSB. I am bringing the Beer City Sumo Open to you guys. We're in a bit of a pickle in a couple ways, but I am trying to help out remotely because just a day or two before the event, my whole family got COVID. Awesome time. But we are in a better spot now, and we are getting ready to get our matches started. I am going to do my best to keep everybody posted on the brackets as well as the overall results and such. But it will just be me on commentary here, and we have a huge thank you to Zombie Mommy, that's Kaylin out of Iron Mountain Sumo, and Matt Shields out of Chicago Sumo. Those are the guys that are stepping in big time to help me on getting this stream to you guys. Um, I was initially planning to be there, but yeah, now on a couple days' notice, we had to figure out exactly who was doing what. Kind of a tough spot to be in, but we're doing our best, and I appreciate everybody who's joining us. I'm going to be going quiet for a minute here, but we will be back with matches pretty quick here. Thanks. Okay, everybody, I'm going to come back for a little bit and we can talk about what we've got coming up. So we are working towards getting our men's lightweight will be first. We're working on getting that set up. We've ran into a handful of hiccups today that have made things difficult, but we are powering through, and I think it's going to go okay. So the first thing you may notice is we do have a canvas dohyo out there. We Grand Rapids, like last year, they built a clay dohyo underneath. Did it a little differently this year. Instead of building like a 1.5-foot tall mound the way they do in Pro Sumo, the limited availability of clay in the Great Lakes region makes this a very difficult task. What they did this year was they built a frame out of wood and then built up the clay on the inside of it. So it's I couldn't tell you exactly how high it is, but it's substantially less clay to still get that same surface. It worked out pretty cool. However, as I mentioned, in the Great Lakes region is a very sandy, rocky soil. Clay is pretty tough to come by. What was decided at the last minute here was it was too rocky. It was too it was too sharp. It wasn't going to be comfortable. It wasn't going to be safe to have full speed matches on it. So we laid down mats and we laid down a canvas on top of it. There's Will from Grand Rapids Sumo Club right there, getting some Suriashi practice in. So that last minute change did what we had to do. But we're still gonna obviously have a tournament. I'm pretty sure the plan is once matches are done, clean that up, take the mats down and all that. Make sure everybody gets some time to feel the clay, have at least a little bit of practice time, fun time, get some good pictures and all that stuff. Just to, make it was a lot of work that went into the clay dohyo, and it looks great, and it's a pretty cool thing. Just at the last minute, we had to decide it wasn't going to fly for full speed matches. Let me get our brackets up. Let me try sharing our screen this way. Here we go. So you can follow along on Challonge, CHALLONGE.com, and you can search for this Chicago Sumo Club account, and that will have all of our Beer City matches on it. We have all four main weight classes for men. We have lightweight. We've got Corey, James, Louie, and Gabe. For men, they're going to do a round-robin style to determine the winner in the lightweight division. Middleweight, we have 5 wrestlers: Will Campbell, Ben Lacey, Josh Goodlow, Jake Book, and Sean Moorman. Actually, this is an all Midwestern bracket here. We got 4 guys out of Ohio and 1 guy out of Grand Rapids, but they're also doing a round robin. Light heavyweight, we have 5 competitors, including Randy out of Iowa Sumo, my teammate there, who's obviously going to crush it. So keep an eye out for Randy. Brandon out of Rock City Sumo in Detroit, and we have 3 guests from Canada that are going to be making their American Sumo debut. So looking forward to seeing those guys. Men's heavyweight, let's make sure we're just doing practice back there, so we're good. Men's heavyweight, we have quite a few Midwesterners here. I do want to give a shout out to Jay. Jay traveling all the way from San Antonio, Texas to be here today. But we have Eric, we've got Jake, Tori, Randall Flanagan. I'm not familiar with Randall. I'll have to learn more about Randy. TJ out of Ohio. Steve McNulty, I believe that is one of Matt's teammates from Chicago. Corbin, another Iowan. I think technically he lives in Omaha, but he counts as Iowa. He's wearing our Zekin, so that's good enough for me. And then Nate Ramirsma out of Grand Rapids. This is 9 guys. They're going to do a full round robin. And then in open weight, we have a total of 18 people signed up right now. This is subject to change, but we'll get there. We'll obviously do our 4 weight classes first and then determine the final lineup for open. But I have tried in the past sending links in the YouTube chat for challenge, and it doesn't really work. YouTube kind of stops you from sending links. I think it's an anti-spam thing. But yeah, I would say go to challenge.com. I found it by searching for, I searched for Beer City Sumo, and then look for that red and blue icon for Chicago Sumo Club. That's Matt Shields. Matt Shields set these up under his account. And there are a couple of them, so keep an eye out. This one, there's a lightweight bracket with 0 participants. That was just set up as a practice and didn't end up getting filled out. There is another lightweight link. It just doesn't have the it just has the competitors in it. So keep an eye out on that. Actually, why don't I bring this up again real quick to show you what we're seeing. So, for example, this lightweight one right here, you can see 0 participants. So yeah, don't click on that one. That's the practice one. Down here we have men's lightweight with 4 participants. That one is the one that you want. It will be live updated. It'll show you this view. So when a winner is selected in each of these, it'll light their name up and then live updated scoreboard down here. You may need to refresh the page occasionally to get the results to show up. But I would warn you, the stream and the bracket software are not necessarily synced perfectly. There may be a delay on the stream. Like the stream may be showing what happened in reality maybe 20 or 30 seconds ago. But on the bracket website, it will be updated pretty much right away. So keep an eye out on that. If you are concerned about spoilers, I would generally wait at least one match to go look and see who won if you are unsure. But if you want to see what matches are coming up, that's a great place to look. It's a great place to see where the standings are currently at. In any round-robin division, we run all the matches and then see who's got the most wins. And if there is a tie for first, second, or third place, that's when there will be tiebreaker matches. Those will be announced as they come. But generally, we are looking at, let's see, so for the lightweight division, we're looking at 6 matches to do our round robin. Middleweight, we're looking at a total of 10 matches in that division. Light heavyweight, also 10. The heavyweight is going to be a longer one. That one's going to be 36 matches to do the entire round robin. And then open weight is going to be double elimination, at least at the size of bracket that it's at, with 18 guys. We do double elimination as opposed to round robin, because otherwise we'd be here for 8 hours just doing that round robin. So, got to give a shout out to Micah there in the middle of the screen. Micah of Grand Rapids Sumo Club. He's a middleweight wrestler, but today he is doing our gyoji. He's doing our referee duties. Again, want to thank Zombie Mommy, Kaylin, and Matt Shields, who are doing the actual on-site tech. There we go. Got the text from Kaylin that we are just about to start, so that is good to hear. As I mentioned, we'll be starting with men's lightweight. So we've got Corey, James, Louie, and Gabe. Four guys. They're going to do a round robin. Looks like our first match should be Corey versus James, but we'll see as they go here. This venue, gotta mention the venue real quick here. The spot that they're at, I guess I can't remember the name of the specific building, but the Beer City Open has been part of the Art Prize event. Art Prize is like a citywide art show. So all sorts of people from all over the world submit their art exhibits. And for the second year in a row, Grand Rapids Sumo Club has submitted the Clay Dohyo as a physical art piece and the tournament as a performance art as part of this big citywide festival. Really cool thing. They've gotten a lot of support from the city and trying to make it a little bit bigger every year. So here we go, men's lightweight. Our first match, that's Corey on the left and James on the right. Again, men's lightweight. Corey is he's got that Ohio Sumo Zekken on there, that red and white. You can tell those guys they got their gear set. Here we go, first match of the day. Come in hot. James has the inside grip, but Corey goes for an outside trip. Nothing doing there. James works him backwards. Back to the middle. More trip work there. Corey's got the leg wrapped up. What's he going to do with it? He's trying to pull it forwards. Gives up on that. James is winning with that inside position, but Corey's trying to turn him. Gets the overhand grip. James drives through, but I think Corey was able to push him down There you go. Referee Micah awards the win to Corey out of Ohio Sumo. Sweet. All right. That is one match down. So that means our other match of the first part of the round robin, we've got Louie versus Gabe. There we go. Yeah, Gabe on the right. He is the main guy at Grand Rapids making this happen. And it's always impressive to see guys that are able to not only host a tournament but compete at it. That is just extra layers of complication on there, and pretty impressive. He can make that work. But he is a national level wrestler. He is I believe this year he got second place in men's lightweight at nationals. They come in hot. Gabe's definitely got him wrapped up, working him backwards. Yeah, Gabe just gets that inside grip, and he is strong. He's able to escort Louie right out. Okay, so with that, Gabe takes the win. We're going to have a little bit of a breather, I imagine, between matches, because with only 4 guys, you have back-to-back matches. Several of the guys will have to have one match immediately following their prior match. But Gabe versus Corey should be our next one here. There you go. Gabe on the left, Corey on the right. This is the second of 3 rounds of the round robin. Oh, thanks, Kalen. Just pointing out that Louie is also from Grand Rapids, the Grand Rapids Sumo Club. And James, I'm not sure I know exactly what club he's from. I think there's a couple guys I haven't met from some of the clubs. I think he might be one of the new Rock City guys out of Detroit, but don't quote me on that. If anybody knows, back me up here. But we got Grand Rapids on the left, Ohio on the right. Ooh, Gabe comes up high and gets that inside grip again. Goes for the lift, goes for the slam. Shows he's definitely the favorite in this division. He takes his second win out of 2. Okay, here we go. That means that our other match in the second round of the round robin is James on the left versus Louie on the right. Lou's out of Grand Rapids. James is the mystery man. Like I said, pretty sure Rock City Sumo, but could be wrong. We've got a handful of new guys this time around, so I apologize for being a little out of date on my info. Ooh, they come in pretty even. James has that drive, but Louie spins him around. And Louie can't quite finish him off at the edge. James is showing some excellent ring awareness and brings them back to the middle. Fairly neutral position here. They're kind of feeling each other out. They both have an inside and an outside. James is brought to the edge, but he defends again. Beautiful. That is some excellent work there, just making sure that he can't get finished off. Even though Louie's kind of ragdolling him around, James makes sure that he is always staying in the ring. There you go. Thank you, Kalen, for confirmation. James is from the Detroit club, Rock City. Showing that ring awareness again. Louie cannot manage to get him out. I don't know. Let's see what Micah says on that. But they both went out right at the last second. Okay, referee Micah is giving that one to Louie. Oh, they're talking about it? I'm not sure what they're clarifying there. Hey, we got somebody in the chat from Hungary. Awesome. Good to have you. Good to show you our Midwestern brand of sumo here. The next matchup, we have Louie again versus Corey. So it'll be Louie on the left, Corey on the right. After that will be the last match of regulation, which is James versus Gabe. Okay, here we go. Stepping into the ring. Louie out of Grand Rapids on our left. Corey out of Ohio on our right. Okay, here we go. Both of these guys are coming into the match with 1 win. They're both chasing Gabe, who has got first place with 2 wins already. The winner of this match definitely is going to confirm a spot on the podium, and then we may need some tiebreakers to fill it out. We'll see. Oh, they come in together fairly even. Oh, there you go. Louis goes for a bit of a pull. Corey goes for more trips, which brings them close to the edge. Oh, and it looks like Louis was able to spin him down at the last second there. Corey definitely is he's trying to get cute with those leg trips, and I don't think it worked to his advantage in that particular match. It looked like the balance there, that going for the legs might have given Louis the opening that he needed. Okay, so with that, we have James on the left out of Rock City in Detroit, Michigan. On the right, we will have Gabe Unick, national silver medalist in lightweight, out of Grand Rapids, our tournament organizer. All right, here we go. So based on our standings, if Gabe wins this, he should take gold. If James wins this, we'll have to go into some tiebreakers. But let's see what James can bring to the table for Gabe. Oh, they come. Oh, wow, Gabe showing off that power. Making sure there was no question on that one. That was the first real big pushing match we saw today. Didn't even go for the belt at all. Gabe just blasted right through. And yes, in the chat, just some clarifiers. We're kind of winging a few things. We do not have audio from the venue, and I can promise you don't want it. That is a big concrete building with 100 people in it. It is very, very echoey in there. Yeah, it is. We've been having some trouble just on phone calls organizing things between here and the venue. It's not the best venue for a sporting event, but it is an excellent it's an excellent venue physically, but acoustically it is difficult. So yeah, we're just going with my commentary for now. I apologize. That's all you get is my voice for you today. But like I said, if we were to have a microphone in the venue, all we would hear is just echoes. It'd just be a whole bunch of echoes, and it would not be a lot of fun. I believe they are calling out the winners. By my count, I have. Let me go check out the official bracket real quick. Make sure that they have it the same as I do. So it looks like in third place we have Corey Delaney out of Ohio Sumo. In second place we have Louis Hart out of Grand Rapids. And in first, your tournament organizer, Gabe Unick out of Grand Rapids Sumo Club. So I believe that will do it for lightweight. We will see these guys again in open weight coming up. But that is our lightweight round robin. We'll be moving on to middleweight. All right, quick primer while they're working on that. These are our 5 wrestlers that we will have in the middleweight division. Out of Grand Rapids, we have Will Campbell. And out of Ohio, we have Ben Lacey, Josh Goodlow, Jake Book, and Sean Mormon. Again, if you're just joining us, go to challonge.com. That's CHALLONGE.com. Search for Beer City Sumo, and you will find links. Look for this icon down here. This blue and red wrestlers. That is the Chicago Sumo Club logo, and that is what these tournaments are filed under. We're currently starting our middleweight right now. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Wata. Yes, my voice, it's good enough for you. I appreciate that. On the left is Ben Lacey. On the right is Sean Mormon. These guys are both out of Ohio Sumo. Sean comes in high. Ben gets a good grip on the inside. There you go. He secures the belt and is able to trip Sean down. Wow, that was an awesome come from behind. Sean is moving down from light heavyweight, so that size advantage was definitely something I was keeping an eye on, but Ben was able to get that slick move in there. That was awesome. No, Wata, I am not gonna sing. Sorry. I don't know if you hadn't heard. I would have been at the venue live. Actually, you probably would have heard me worse if I was in the venue live. But the reason I am sitting here at home streaming this is my whole family got COVID like 2 days ago. So at the very last second, we had to scrap together a new plan for how to get this one out to you guys. Okay, our second matchup here in middleweight, we have Josh Goodlow on the left versus Jake Book on the right. Jake Book is one of the absolute OGs in Midwestern Sumo. He's been doing this forever. Actually a fellow Iowan. Here we go. They come in high. Josh seems to get the better of the pushing at the initiation, but Jake is staying in. Josh goes for the pull, but Jake's not having it. Jake gets that inside grip and drives Josh out and out. There you go. All right, well done. Yeah, there you go. Wow, that was some great small man sumo from Jake there. Moving up to middleweight, he's been a lightweight forever, so that's moving up to middleweight is definitely a new challenge for him. But did pretty well there. He beat Josh, who has been doing this for I believe about a year and a half. And we get Josh right back in on our next matchup. So we have Sean Mormon on the left, Josh Goodlow on the right. These guys are both out of Ohio Sumo. And like I mentioned before, Sean's moving down from light heavy. So look for him to use his size advantage. He's got incredible reach for this weight class, so I wonder if that's gonna be a big help for him. They come in pretty hot. Both guys are kind of inside. Josh has that underarm grip and uses that to twist Sean down. That was a pretty slick move there. Looked like Sean had the grip that he was going for, but Josh was able to make it work. Okay, with that, we are going to see for the first time Will Campbell on the left. Will is out of Grand Rapids. On the right, we're going to see Ben Lacey again. Okay, here we go. So this is Will's first match. Ben is coming in at 1-0. And again, Will is out of Grand Rapids. Ben is out of Ohio. Oh, Ben gets the faster start for sure, but they end up in somewhat neutral. Ben drives back, and I think Will got a bit of a throw there, but his foot was definitely out. So it looks like that one is going for Ben. Yeah, Wata, we need somebody calling out the Kimarite on site. That is not me. I can do it if I can rewatch a few times from slow-mo, but I can't do it real speed. That is a difficult job. Gabriella, heavyweight will be coming up soon. We finished men's lightweight. We are working on men's middleweight. We're almost halfway through. After that comes light heavy and then heavy. So I can't really give you a good estimate on when heavyweight will come up, but yes, I am also looking to see Jay from San Antonio. I believe he's the only Texan who made the trip up for this event, so got to see how he stacks up against our Midwestern guys. Here we go. Josh comes in high on Will. Will's able to negate that and get a good grip. Josh is on the inside, though. Will's driving him back and takes the win. Yeah, Josh was definitely trying to be the aggressor there, but yeah, Will did a good job corralling his movement and translating that into straight backwards movement. So yeah, good move there. Okay, let me get my standings back up here. So we are at the exact halfway point of the round robin. Everybody looks like almost everybody has had 2 matches here. So far, Ben Lacey is winning. He's the only guy with 2 wins so far. This matchup, we've got Jake Book on the left, Sean Mormon on the right. This is a year ago. This would have been a lightweight versus a light heavyweight, but now we've got 2 middleweights. Jake is bulking up, and Sean is slimming down. Both these guys out of Ohio. Jake definitely has the experience advantage. Let's see what he can do. Gets inside of Sean, starts moving him backwards, and gets a good lift up on the leg. Excellent classic sumo throw for Jake there. So he moves into a tie with Ben at 2-0 for the lead. Yeah, Wata, that was either an Uwate Nage or a Shitate Nage. I couldn't see where the hands were. Okay, with that, we are 6 matches out of 10 through our middleweight division, barring any tiebreakers. Next up, it looks like they're giving a little bit of a breather because Jake Book is hopping right back in there. It's going to be Will versus Jake. Current standings, we have Ben and Jake at 2 wins each. They're tied for the lead. We have Will at 1-1, Josh at 1-2, and Sean is still looking for his first win. So yeah, we have everybody's got at least let's see, 1 more, if not 2 more matches. Technically, I think it could be anybody's game at this point. So we'll see what the next match brings. Again, with some of these round robins, you got guys going back to back in several matches, so you kind of have to give them a little bit of a breather to make sure they're ready to go for their next one. All right, let's take a look ahead here. So this next matchup, as I mentioned, will be Will versus Jake. On deck, we have Ben versus Josh. Oh, we got Josh stepping in here. I wonder if they're hopping out of order to give a little bit of extra breathing room there. Regardless, Ben is at 2 wins. Josh is at 1. These guys train together. You can see they both have that Ohio Zekken. The Zekken is the front flap, that the red and white there that tucks into the belt to show off your team. Ooh, they come in real quick there. Ben is looking to get on the inside. Josh goes for the leg kick there, seeing if he can get Ben off balance. Josh pummels for an overhook there. He gets the belt. They're working towards the side, and Ben is able to keep that motion corralled just enough to walk Josh out. Awesome stuff from Ben. Ben is also, if I recall, I think at middleweight he got bronze at nationals this year. He is the main guy who runs the Dayton, Ohio branch of the Ohio Sumo Association, and yeah, really putting stuff together there. He's having a pretty good year. Yeah, okay. It looks like we were just going slightly out of the draft order here. So this is Will on the left versus Jake on the right. Got to give a big thank you for Will. He's helping out the Iowa Sumo team. Oh, he comes in with a big slap, and I don't think Jake ever really recovered from getting put on his heels by that. Ooh, yeah. No, that is one of Will's signature moves there, is come in with the left hand Supari, and definitely won him that match. Got Jake just on his heels enough to take him down the rest of the way. But yeah, I wanted to say thank you to Will. Will is helping out the Iowa Sumo team by putting up our guy Corbin. with how spread out we all are across the whole country, being able to travel, being able to know some people in the towns that you're traveling to see if you can make some stuff work so that you can make the trip and afford the trip is always a huge difference maker for how much sumo people are able to do. So anybody who's stepping in to help when somebody needs a little backup to make a trip work, always got to give a big thank you there. Okay, well, Jake is, after that big hit, stepping right back in up against Ben. Jake Book on the left, Ben Lacey on the right. Both these guys out of Ohio Sumo Association. Ooh, Jake came in a little bit conservative that time, and I think that allowed Ben to get inside for a big Uwate Nage. There you go, Wata. Called that one off the top. And that means that Ben is going to win the gold. He went undefeated, 4-0. Heck of a run there. That was awesome. He beat every single other guy. So no question on the gold there, but the silver and bronze medals are still up for grabs. Our last matchup in regulation is going to be Sean Mormon versus Will Campbell. Sean out of Ohio, Will out of Grand Rapids. And it looks like if Will can pull off the win, he will take the silver medal, and Jake Book would get third. If Sean can make the win happen here, Sean on the left, if he wins, that puts Will and Jake in a tie, and they will have to do a rematch of that big knockout match to see who can get silver. Okay, here we go. Sean versus Will. Oh, Will went for it again, and it let Sean get inside, but I think Will still might have pulled off the victory there. That was pretty close. Whoop, wrong corner, Sean. Let's see who Micah awards the win to Will, which means Will is going to be your middleweight silver medalist. Yeah, if one of you guys wants to watch the replay, that looked pretty close. That was Will went for that. He went for that harite again. Thanks for the refresher on the vocab there in the chat. He went for that harite, and Sean was, I don't know if he was anticipating it or if his charge just took him in a different direction, but he got Will wrapped up, but Will was able to react quick enough to spin Sean over the top. That was an awesome throw. So, by my count, that means that in third place out of Ohio Sumo is Jake Book. In second place out of Grand Rapids, Will Campbell. And your your middleweight gold medalist, undefeated, Ben Lacey out of Ohio. That was awesome. We saw a little bit of everything in that division. I don't know about you guys, but I think I love one of the things I love the most about amateur sumo is how each division brings a little bit different meta. Like the heavyweight sumo, it's obviously still plenty entertaining, but it's a lot more familiar to pro sumo fans. It's something that it's a lot like the type of sumo you might see in the pros. The same overall strategies, the same kind of thing. But when you get as the weight classes get lighter, you start to see different aspects of it. Different pieces become more valuable when you're working with guys that are smaller. So you're going to see more throws, or you're going to see more trips. You're going to see a lot more goofy, flippy stuff at the edge and stuff like that. And yeah, middleweight is always a pretty good balance of that for me. I love seeing the different divisions. Ooh, over there, walking to the right. As we start light heavyweight, that is Iowa Sumo's Randy Langton. So I'm not going to pretend to be unbiased here. But on the left, we have our first of 3 Canadian light heavyweights. This is Scott Tillert. These guys, I believe they're coming over from Toronto, but we've got Scott, Chris, and Colton that will be making their U.S. amateur debuts here. Randy on the right has been doing sumo for about a year, and this will be his second tournament. He was also at the Grand Rapids Open earlier this summer. But he's wearing he's got the green Iowa Zek in there. Oh man, classy Zek in there. And let's see Let's see what Scott's got for him. Let's see what he's bringing down from Canada. Oh, Randy comes in with the head low and gets inside. Good controlled pushing, but Scott is defending well. He's able to turn Randy a little bit here and there. Randy's still got that drive, and down they go. Yeah, Scott was trying to escape out the sides, and Randy was not having it. All right, so there you go. Iowa Sumo, undefeated on the day. Not a single loss. That's how you know what kind of club we are. Coming up next, we have Chris Chim versus Brandon Rudzinski. Chris, another one of our Canadian friends, and Brandon is out of Rock City in Detroit. This will be Brandon's, I believe, third tournament. He was also there along with Randy for the Grand Rapids Open earlier in I believe that was in June, and then Brandon also made the trip down to Texas for the Consulates Cup in Austin over the Labor Day weekend, where he took home, I believe, third place in light heavyweight. Going down to Texas, there's a lot more of an established amateur sumo scene down there, so pretty impressive to get a medal to bring home from there. Ooh, Brandon comes in hard, drives Chris straight back and down. Wow, that was like that ended just like our last match. We just had less middle. But yes, Dark Circle, that is Chris Chim out of Canada that was on the left, and then Brandon out of Detroit on the right. So similar, this is this division is the same size as middleweight. So similarly, we will be doing a round robin. Each guy will have 4 matchups, and because there will be some back-to-backs, we are taking just a moment for Randy versus Chris in our next matchup. Chris doing a back-to-back. He's just going to take a minute for a breather. The other guy that we have not seen yet, the 5th wrestler, is Colton Johnstone, our 3rd Canadian, along with Chris and Scott. Those guys coming over from Toronto, which a lot closer than I guess I thought it was in my head. I don't know about you, but Canada seems forever away, but Toronto is basically like just almost in Michigan. So yeah, they drove on over to compete here in Grand Rapids. Got Randy out of the Quad Cities Iowa Sumo Club on the left, Chris Chim out of Canada on the right. Okay, here we go. Randy coming in with 1 win. Chris coming in looking for his first. Oh, Randy comes in head down. Chris knocks him aside, but Randy stays in there. Goes for a trip, nothing doing. Goes straight, but I think Chris was able to turn. I think Chris was able to get it at the last second by using Randy's momentum to toss him aside. Ooh, appreciate the update in the chat there from Jake. Chris is originally from Montreal, but to Toronto recently. Yeah, sounds like you are more up to speed than I am on the Toronto club. But yeah, I know that they were there for when Hakuho came to Canada a month or 2 back. And I know that they were part of the group that was assembling wrestlers from all over the place to come by, meet Hakuho, do some demos, etc. Here we go. Okay, so on the left we have Colton out of Canada making his first match here. On the right is Scott. So teammates out of Toronto. I think it's kind of cool that Toronto brought 3 guys and they're all in the same weight class. So even if they train together, they still got plenty of matches together. All right, down they go. Oh, they come in. Colton's getting the drive backwards. There you go. Scott tried to do that sideways escape again, but yeah, Colton, similar to in Scott's last match, the sideways motion wasn't enough for him. He was corralled and pushed backwards, so the win goes to Colton. Okay, so next up will be Chris versus Colton, followed by Brandon versus Randy. Tried to say those names at the same time. Okay, here we go. Chris versus Colton. Chris coming in at 1-1. Colton is at 1-0 so far. Right, down they go. Chris being a little further away from the line. Oh, and he cut. Oh, I think Brandon touched there, or excuse me, I think Colton touched there. Yeah, Chris set up a little ways back from the line, and I think that allowed Colton to just gather up a little bit too much speed. So when Chris hopped aside, Colton couldn't help but reach down and brush the ground. Yeah, what do you call that one, Wata? I'm not really sure what you call that when you give the guy the matador and his hand just brushes the ground like that. I wonder if that's one of the Hiwaza techniques or excuse me, non-techniques. Anywho, our next matchup on the left, that is Brandon Rodzinski out of Rock City Sumo in the Detroit Metro. On the right is Randy Langton out of Iowa Sumo Club. Here we go, getting psyched. Planting those feet. Ooh, Randy gets pushed back. Yeah, Brandon was able to just absorb Randy's headfirst tachi and go straight back. That's a statement. Randy is not an easy man to push backwards. I can tell from experience. And Brandon just coming in straight, coming in hard like that. That was a real statement win. That was awesome. All right, next up, Brandon has a back-to-back. He'll be getting back in there against Colton. That match did bring Brandon into first place at 2-0. He is followed up by Chris at 2-1. Because this is an odd man round robin, not everybody has had the same number of matches at a given time. And yes, I agree in the chat there. Brandon is looking very strong today. He's I can't recall his athletic background, but he's certainly not starting like some of us do straight off the couch. He's got some power to him. Wata, I see that comment there. As someone who doesn't follow the scene, have the results this tournament so far been Wacky Aki or Top Heavy Haru? Honestly, it's the lightweight. The favorite definitely won. Gabe was definitely the favorite in that division. Here, this division is kind of hard to tell because we got three guys I don't know in these Canadians. But we got Colton versus Brandon. Oh, Brandon comes in with that hard push, but Colton turns him. Colton was able to absorb that hit there, but yeah, Brandon turned him around and slammed him out. Oh, Kalen says lots of martial arts, mainly BJJ for Brandon. Yeah, that tracks. I don't know how you can hear me in the venue there, Kalen, but I appreciate you chiming in. Oh, and Stan, yep, making pirate jokes again. Thank you. I am I am in the most landlocked state possible. Yep. Jake from Grand Sumo Breakdown, the pirate. Appreciate having you here, Stan. Okay, so we got a all Canada matchup here. On the left is Scott Tillert. On the right is Chris Chim. Let me pull up the standings again real quick here. Chris is coming in at 2-1. Scott is still looking for his first win. Chris is currently in the running at second place. So we are getting down to the wire. We've got 3 matches left in this division. Oh, they come in hard, but Chris gets I believe that is a Katatsukashi. Help me out with that one, Wata. But yeah, it was the undershoulder swing down. That was pretty intense. They came in hard, but yeah, Chris knew exactly where to go from there. That was impressive. Yeah, Wata, we have regarding the Uchari. Yeah, in amateur sumo, we definitely see a lot that are a lot of matches that could be Uchari. There's a lot of one thing I notice in amateur sumo a lot more than pro sumo is when you're not falling on the rock hard clay, you can go down to the ground easier without worrying about getting hurt. So there's a lot, especially in the smaller weight classes. There's a lot of play at the sides to see what's going on and who's. There, you see a lot more guys hanging on to the death. To you gotta fall on me if you're gonna beat me, kind of a mindset. So that lends itself to a lot of ucharis, a lot of yoritaoshis. Yeah, he there you go. Wata, you saying he grabbed the head, so perhaps a kubinage. Yeah, I'm not sure what the delay is here. They might be looking back. Oh, I gotta sign off for just a moment here. I think they are calling me to discuss a replay. All right. Yep, we were just checking in on a replay. Me being here at the desk, I am on replay duty here. But yes, so I apologize. I didn't realize that we were having so much discussion about that. But yes, Chris was the winner. Yeah, he was able to slam Scott down. They did both go down. Chris's elbow touched pretty quick after Scott, so I don't blame them for wanting another look. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Jake. The phone call to the Shinpan. I'm the guy in the booth. But yeah, it's been like I said, with changing plans at the last minute here. We have a few things we're playing by ear. And yeah, thank you, Wata. Yeah, no, if you want to go back to early quarantine period, I think it was, Wata was a guest on Grand Sumo Breakdown, and we talked a lot about injuries, and lowering the dohyo so that people can fall off it without, almost risking their lives. Yeah, it definitely changes the game a little bit. Okay, we got 2 matches left in light heavyweight, barring any tiebreakers. On the left is Brandon Rudzinski out of Detroit. He can clinch gold with this win. On the right, we have Scott out of Toronto. Scott is out of the running, but he could potentially play spoiler here. Here we go. Brandon comes in hard. Scott's able to keep up with that sideways momentum that we've seen him use. Oh, but Brandon's able to just knock him off balance enough to slam him down. Nice throw. That was a emphatic way to clinch that gold. So with Brandon going 4-0, that puts him in first. Our last matchup in regulation, we've got Randy versus Colton. And let's see, if I have my math right, the winner of this match, there will not be any tiebreakers. The winner of this match will take bronze. So between Randy out of Iowa and Colton out of Canada, these guys are both at 1 and 2. Brandon has clinched the gold. Chris has clinched the silver. Colton and Randy, they both have 1 win. Whoever wins this one will move into bronze medal position. And a reminder, after this, we have the heavyweight division coming up next, which will be significantly longer than these. We've got a bunch more guys in that division, so that's coming up next. But our final match of light heavyweight, Randy on the left, Colton on the right. Oh, Colton came in strong, but Randy played Matador and allowed Colton to carry himself out. There you go. Glad he's okay. One of the things I hate when we're doing this remote is I can't see what happens off to the sides. He was going out awfully hot, so I'm glad he's all right. So the win and the bronze medal goes to Randy out of Iowa Sumo. Your final standings there: Randy in third, Chris Chim out of Canada in second place, and Brandon Rudzinski out of Rock City Sumo is your light heavyweight gold medalist. Yeah, that was a fun division. This is pretty much every division I would consider stacked in U.S. amateur sumo, but light heavyweight is definitely one of the most stacked. We have let's see, quick update from Kalen. We are going to take a quick break here. So I'm going to finish my rambling on weight classes there, but then I'm going to take a break, and then we will be back shortly. But light heavyweight, there are some very heavy hitters. We've got Andrew Roden out of Alabama, who's, let's see, he went to the World Games last year as the best light heavyweight in the country. We also have current national champion Eric Wynn out of North Carolina, probably the hardest Tachi in the country. There's also Danny Avila, who came back from like life-altering cancer and managed to become a national level wrestler again within a couple years. Sensei Seth, I definitely would recommend checking out that channel on YouTube. So that's Seth Adams out of North Carolina. He's tried sumo. He's done a couple videos on sumo specifically. But yeah, he's done a ton of different martial arts, and he's a fun guy to watch on YouTube. He's tried so many different martial arts that it's fun to hear the perspective that he brings trying out new stuff like sumo. Well, based on Micah, we might not actually be taking a break. We might be diving into heavyweight right away. So heavyweight, we've got 9 guys, and I believe we are doing a full round robin, which means there will be 36 matches. So this will be about as long as the prior 3 divisions combined. But yeah, we're making sure everybody's got their matches for traveling and all that. That's one thing that we always make sure we do in amateur sumo. Make sure we make it worth our while to travel out. But our 9 guys, let's see, in the order that we're going to be seeing them, it looks like our first matchup is going to be Jake Cullison out of Ohio versus Nate Riemersma out of Grand Rapids. Followed by Jay Scriven out of San Antonio in our second match. I know somebody was waiting for Jay. He'll be in the second heavyweight match. Versus Corbin Delgado, my other teammate here out of Iowa Sumo. Third is Tori Lee versus Steve McNulty. Tori, I believe, is from Ohio, and Steve is making his competition debut. He's out of Chicago. Fourth matchup will be Randall Flanagan. Help me out if you know where Randy is from. He's one guy that I am less familiar with. Versus TJ Moore out of Ohio Sumo. And looks like, again, this is an odd man round robin, so we will have one guy sitting out per round, and that means that Eric, there you go, Eric is another, I believe he's from Michigan. Help me out if you know otherwise. But Eric will be our 9th heavyweight who will have a bye in the first round. But between these 9 guys, we will have a total of 9 rounds of 4 matches. Appreciate the update there, Kalen. They're just making sure that they have their open weights set up so that we can dive into that afterwards. Sounds like Wata's bowing out. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate you showing us or teaching us a little bit about some more Kimarite, something that I, like I mentioned, am out of practice on. Here we go. I see Jake getting ready there on the left, and there will be Nate on the right. So Jake, I believe, actually, I think both of these guys might have made their debut at this event last year in Grand Rapids. Jake going traditional there. I know he was talking about that being a big step for him. That's something that a lot of guys in U.S. amateur sumo strive to have the confidence for. And I don't know of anybody who regrets trying it out. But I do recall him talking about that was something that he wanted to try. So good for him. Okay, there we go. So Jake Cullison on the left, Nate Riemersma on the right. This is Ohio Sumo versus Grand Rapids Sumo. Jake's definitely got the height and reach advantage there, but they look to be probably about the same size overall. Let's see who can actually who can use it the best. Boom, Jake gets inside, moves him straight backwards and out. Yeah, Jake definitely had the better tachi eye there. He was able to make the hit happen and then drive straight backwards. Yeah, so Colton was, I see somebody asking about him in the chat. He was in the prior division. Yeah, all three of the Canadians were in light heavyweight. Chris managed to get the silver medal. Okay, our next matchup, we have Jay out of San Antonio on the left, Corbin out of Iowa on the right. So Jay was making his debut at the Consulates Cup in Austin just about a month ago or so. Corbin, this is his competition debut, but he's been doing sumo all summer at the Iowa Sumo Club. One thing to watch out for here is Jay has one of the strongest tachi eyes that I have ever seen. He can. There was a couple matches in Consulates at the Consulates Cup tournament where his opponent was just gone all of a sudden. He comes off that line real hot. Corbin is pretty good all around for somebody that's trying out sumo for the first time. As long as he can absorb that big hit, I think he's got a chance. Ooh, and he was unable to absorb that big hit. So straight out goes Corbin. Jay picks up his first win. Yeah, one of the things at the Iowa Sumo Club that we're still working on is we don't have a whole lot of full-size guys. We're almost all lightweights or middleweight-ish. I think we have just Brandon and Corbin that are heavyweights. We got Randy, who you saw in the prior division, who's pretty big. He's very strong for a light heavyweight. But, yeah, we just don't have a ton of heavyweights to practice against each other. But either way, Jay tying Jake for the lead early on here with one win. This next matchup, we've got Tori Lee on the left out of Ohio Sumo and Steve McNulty on the right out of Chicago Sumo. Immediately obvious here, Tori is huge and Steve is enormously tall. Wow, these are some big guys. Yeah, I wonder he's got to be what, like 6'6" plus? Either way, I've seen Tori at a couple Midwestern tournaments here. Very strong guy. I know he has a martial arts background. Steve, I don't know too much about him other than I've seen him practicing a lot with Chicago this summer. Here they go. Steve comes in hot. Tori goes backwards, and that allows him to. Steve immediately he knew what happened there. Oh, that was too bad. But yeah, excellent agility from Tori, hopping backwards, hopping to the side, allowing Steve to escort himself out of the ring. Okay, our next matchup for the fourth matchup. So this is the last match in round 1 of 9. We've got Randall on the left versus TJ on the right. TJ, along with Jake Book and Hunter Williams, came out to Iowa Sumo about 2 months ago. Had a bunch of fun practicing with us, showing us some real sumo, getting us green guys some heavy experience. So appreciate that. TJ's very, very strong, even if he's kind of small for heavyweight. He comes in, he gets inside Randall, but Randall is holding his ground. TJ's got double insides. He's trying to get that belt. He's trying to move him backwards. Oh, and a little bit of a leg trip, I think, is what secured it there for TJ. Awesome match there. TJ out of Ohio Sumo. Somebody in the chat says 6'8". Yeah, that sounds about right for Steve McNulty there. Speaking of, we will see him in the next match against Randall. Looks like Randall's got to hop right back in there for a back-to-back. But yeah, so as I mentioned before, with an odd number of guys, we have one guy sitting out each round, so we still have yet to see Eric in the ring. Okay, here we go. That's Steve on the left. Should be Randall on the right as soon as he is ready to go. Yeah, I hope we get to see a little bit more of Steve in this match rather than just in and out. Surprisingly agile for somebody that tall. I'm pretty impressed. And Randall has definitely showed some serious power, being able to withstand TJ in that last match. Wonder how this one's going to shape up. I bet Steve would be taller than me even when he's in that Sonkyo position. Jake says Steve hailing from Jotunheim. Yep. Oh, and Randall predictably is able to get lower than Steve, but Steve makes use of that, and Randall touches the ground. Good awareness there that his opponent was too low. Steve was able to apply just enough pressure to get him the rest of the way down. Okay, coming up next, we got Corbin out of Iowa versus Tori out of Ohio. There's Tori. All right. Yeah, Corbin had a tough first match. Got pushed straight back. Oh, yep. Got to do when we do our Chirichozu, our ring entering ceremony, we do that as all the way back against the edge of the dohyo. Tori having a little trouble getting low. Wonder if he's got a little wear and tear on the knees. Certainly didn't hurt him in his prior matchup when he was able to Matador Steve right out of the ring. Here we go. Ooh, both guys coming kind of slow, but Corbin's getting high. Tori uses that power and a little bit lower leverage to push him the rest of the way out. So I think that would make Tori as our first guy to move into 2-win position. Next up, we have Nate versus Jay. On deck is going to be Eric's first matchup, and he's going to go against Jake. There we go. Nate out of Grand Rapids Sumo. Jay out of Mighty Eagle in San Antonio. Okay, here we go. Nate versus Jay. Boom. Ooh. Jay came in with that big Tachi. Took Nate right to the edge. Nate's momentum took him the rest of the way. Texas moves to 2-0. So with that, we'll move on to Eric versus Jake. And on deck, we've got Jay versus Eric. Yeah, you'd think with a bigger group like this, the software wouldn't put guys back to back. Sorry, I'm usually the guy putting together the brackets. I'm not this time, but I nerd out over that kind of stuff a little bit more than I probably should. Anyways, Eric, this is his first match. He was also at the Grand Rapids Open earlier this year. This being his second tournament, and then Jake on the right. Mentioned before, Jake's been at this a little over a year. He went to nationals this year. Didn't go his way, but he is definitely one of the premier heavyweights here in the region. There they go. Jake with the big hit and seems to be the dominant grip and twists Eric around and down. Good big man sumo there. Just got the strong grip and knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. Okay, here we go. Next up, if we're going according to the schedule, will be Jay versus Eric. And then our matchup after that will have Tori versus Nate. Okay, here we go. Jay is at 2-0. Eric is at 0-1 so far. Yeah, at the top of the leaderboard right now, we have Jake, Jay, and Tori all at 2-0. TJ is at 1-0. He just hasn't had his match yet this round. Okay, here we go. Eric is ready. Ooh, Jay wants a second. Wasn't feeling it. And now, Jay comes in high, but Eric took that hit real great and moves Jay backwards. He's got him corralled. These guys are both kind of in a neutral position. Oh, they spin around, but I think Jay's foot might have gone out first. That was kind of tight as they were spinning around at the edge. There you go. Win goes to Eric. Eric moves to 1-1. Jay to 2-1. Next up, we've got Tori versus Nate. On deck will be Randall versus Corbin. Oop, Corbin jumped the gun a little bit there. Next match. So, Tori out of Ohio Sumo and Nate out of Grand Rapids. At the prior tournament here in Grand Rapids, the Riverfront Sumo Open, Tori actually took second in heavyweight to Darius, but then got first in openweight. So yeah, he's used to coming home from Grand Rapids with some hardware. Let's see what he's got for Nate. Oh, goes for the slap down. Gets Nate moving sideways just enough for Tori to finish the job. So that means Tori is going to 3-0. Just coming back for the formal announcement. Big part of sumo there, obviously. Got to make sure that we're bowing, respecting the ring, respecting your opponents. They were just calling Nate back to make sure that we finished our procedure. Next up on the left, we have Randall. On the right, we have Corbin. Both of these guys looking for their first win. And again, if Kalen, if you're listening here, what remind me where Randall is out of. Corbin on the right there, out of Iowa Sumo. Again, just a couple months experience, but he is loving it. Oh, Randall gets inside, and that power is all it took. There you go. That leverage, getting inside, getting low, is able to escort Corbin out. Next up, we have TJ versus Steve. TJ's only had the one match so far, but he won it. And Steve is coming in at 1-1. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Kellyanne. Yeah, too many rocks. Thank you, Jake. That is about the summary. The material was not going to be comfortable and safe to roll around on, so we put down. We had a backup plan, fortunately. Put down a layer of mats, and then I believe it was Hunter who brought a canvas dohyo just as a backup. Thank you, Kalen. Randall is out of Rock City, so he's out of Detroit. So yeah, that clay dohyo going to be used for some practice and some pictures and such, but not for the event. Ooh, Steve gets nice and low there. Difficult for somebody that enormous, of course, but TJ manages to hang on, and he's playing at the edge, but Steve takes the win. Yeah, that was definitely a good strategy from Steve, making sure not to let the guys get under him. If you're a pro sumo fan, you might compare his stature compared to his opponents to somebody like Hokuseiho, who's real bad about letting opponents get inside and under him. Steve did a great job there, making sure that he had the leverage to move TJ backwards. All right, Corbin versus TJ. Corbin on the left. Fun story about Corbin. I was asking him how he got into sumo when he showed up for one of our Iowa sumo training camps. Most guys will have something like, "Oh, I did jiu-jitsu," or or maybe like I watched some anime with sumo in it. No, Corbin is a soup enthusiast and discovered chankonabe, and that's how he got into sumo. Comes in and gets inside on TJ, but TJ just swings him around. Wow. Yeah, TJ definitely had the power advantage there, and even though Corbin had some good leverage, TJ was able to swing him around. But yeah, so by discovering chankonabe as a soup, Corbin kind of looked around and was like, "Oh wait, there's a club practicing sumo just a couple hours away from where I live. Let's go check it out." And now it's clearly something he's interested in enough to drive all the way to the opposite end of the Midwest and compete at sumo. Yes, Kellyanne, that is Micah Gyojing. He is not competing today. I have seen Yama on camera. I don't know where he is in the room, but he is around. And yes, I agree. Chankonabe does absolutely slap. That it is a perfectly awesome sumo origin story. It's just not one that I had heard before. Pretty cool. Next matchup, we've got Nate on the left out of Grand Rapids and Randall on the right out of Rock City in Detroit. Yes, Kalen says Yama is just behind the camera, sitting next to her, so that's awesome. Good, super happy to have him here and involved in Midwest Sumo. All right, Nate versus Randall. Oh, Nate comes in with the elbow, but nothing doing there. Randall pushes him right back, gets a good grip on the belt to keep him close. Randall's inside, but Nate manages to push him down, gets the knee to go down. There you go. Slick move. It looked like he was on the defensive for a good portion of that, but he was able to utilize that weight, make the knee buckle. All right, here we go. Next up, we have Eric versus Tori. On deck will be Jake versus Jay. Let me grab our standings real quick. Our first and second place guys are Tori and Jake. Tori is in first because he has had one match more than Jake has so far. Tori's at 3-0, has a chance here to move to 4-0. Jake is at 2-0 because he has already had his bye. Eric is coming in here at 1-1. Still very much in the running. This division, again, is going to be kind of a longer one. Each of these guys is going to have 8 matches. It's a 9-man round robin. There they go. Tori moving backwards. Eric gets a strong grip there, but he gets pushed to the side. All right, both of these guys are tying up. They're going for pushing. There you go. Tori slaps him aside, and down he goes. Tori takes the win over Eric. That was a little bit slapsticky as they were running past each other there, but Tori in the end is the one who's able to corral his opponent enough to get the power into him. Okay, so we are now moving on to the final match of round 4 of 9. That's going to be Jake on the left and Jay on the right. Jake is coming in undefeated at 2-0. Jay is at 2-1. Once again, Jake is out of Ohio Sumo Dayton, and Jay is out of Mighty Eagle Sumo in San Antonio. Yeah, Kalen, are those beanbags as comfy as they look? Because this seems like not a bad way to watch a day of sumo. Sitting on beanbags, warehouse, just having a good time. Okay, here we go. Jake versus Jay. Kalen says they are super comfy and Ben wants one. I believe that. I don't pretend too much to be an unbiased commentator. It's very hard when you get to know a lot of the people that you're trying to comment on. But yeah, Jake and Jay are both awesome guys that I've gotten to meet. Both good dads that love bringing their kids around and just overall teddy bears outside of their brutality in the ring. Here we go. Jay with the huge hit, but Jake takes it well. They both get a grip. Jay is kind of getting the drive, but Jake defends well, moves back to the middle. Oh, both guys playing with the grip, and Jay is able to out-muscle him at the edge. Oh, hey, there's Yamamoto in the chat. How's it going, Yama? Okay, we are done with 4 rounds out of 9. Next up, we're going to have Tori versus Jake, then Randall versus Eric. But our current standings have Tori in the lead at 4-0, followed closely by Jay at 3-1, and then Steve, Jake, and TJ are all at 2-1. Eric, Nate, Randall, and Corbin still in the running very much. But yeah, Tori is definitely making a case for running away with this one. Jake says, just cheer for the one that's the better drinker or better at karaoke. Jake, I got to say you won me over for life with your karaoke performance at the Consulates Cup. That Lizzo song, that might have been the sassiest thing I've ever seen, and it was incredible. Great job. I blew me away. Next up is here on the left out of Ohio is Tori. On the right, also Ohio, we have Jake. Tori's still, like I mentioned, he's still undefeated. He's alone in first place. Jake has only taken the 1 loss, but he's still very much in the running, like I said. If Jake can get a win here, that would even them up. Yeah, Tori's definitely having a tough time with getting down into the Chirichozu and starting positions here. clearly he's still doing great, but yeah, I hope he's feeling all right. Could be an injury lingering there. Jake taking his time. Ooh, Tori jumps to the side. Jake doesn't buy it. Jake gets in on the inside, but Tori does have the strength once the guys get in on him. Oh, there it is. Jake slaps him aside and pushes him the rest of the way out. There you go. First loss for Tori, meaning that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys, all with only one loss on the record here. So yeah, this is now up for anybody. So next matchup is Randall versus Eric. Then we're going to have TJ versus Nate on deck. But let's see. Randall coming in with 1 win. Actually, both of these guys are coming in at 1 win. So there's still plenty of division left, but rough start for both of them. Randall, as Kalen, thank you for pointing out, is from Rock City. That's the Detroit Sumo Club. And Eric, I apologize. I'm not positive what club he's from either, but I know he's here in the Midwest, and he was also at the Riverfront event. Eric is Ohio. Thank you very much. I will do my best to remember that. Ooh, Randall comes in trying to hit real hard, but he gets real low on Eric again. This time it works out and is able to finish off Eric out of Ohio, which I remembered this time. So there you go. Randall moves to 2 and 3. Eric is at 1 and 3 right now. Ooh, and we got Nate Hudson in the chat. Glad you could join us, man. All right, so that is roughly halfway for us through the heavyweights. Each of the guys is going to have 8 matches, and most of them are at 4, depending on when each guy gets their bye. But we will be moving on next to TJ versus Nate. On deck, the last match of round 5 is going to be Steve versus Corbin. Here we go. TJ out of Ohio. Nate out of Grand Rapids. Fists go down. Big hit. TJ seems to have the better of it, at least initially, but Nate is holding his own. TJ playing with the grips, going for perhaps a slap down, but maintaining that right hand on the belt. Nothing happening there for trip attempts. TJ's got him to the edge. Good defense by Nate, staying wide, staying low. He's working TJ backwards now. Got a good, had a good Otsuke for a minute, and he drives him all the way out. Great win for Nate. Yeah, that was pretty good. Nate had been having a hard time of it so far, but yeah, it picks up his second win over TJ. All right, yes, we are working on heavyweight. We're a little over halfway through heavyweight, and then we will have open weight, which as of now is 18 guys. That might change if people want to join up who hadn't, or people want to drop out. But open weight will be coming up after heavy. How does it feel to be an Oyakata at your first club tournament? Well, I got one of my guys on the right there. That is Corbin. And on the left, we have Steve out of Chicago. Yeah, Iowa Sumo. We're all pretty new, but we're all hobbyists who are having a blast with it so far. So yeah, Randy got bronze in light heavyweight. Corbin still working on heavyweight here. We'll see where he can end up. But yeah, I feel weird calling myself an Oyakata. I'm not sure I want to do that because I don't really know anything more about sumo than the rest of the guys. I'm just the guy that's been organizing it. All right, both guys come in. Steve gets a good overhand grip on Corbin and is using that to escort him around the side, and that will do it. Yeah, Corbin was playing along the edge there. Some good defense for a little while, but yeah, Steve was eventually able to get that foot over. Yeah, at Iowa Sumo, I've been watching sumo for a long time, but I know very little about in-ring sumo. So the guys that we've got one guy that's a power lifter, we've got one guy that's got some BJJ experience. We don't really have a whole lot of athletic experience between us, so we're all kind of new. We're all kind of feeling it out, having fun, and it's a good time for it because the Midwest is having all sorts of tournaments. I think we're gonna have 3 this year compared to like maybe 1 in previous years. Um, but yeah, either way, we're like I said, we're having a fun time. We're a pretty new club, but we're just trying to get out there and get our guys competing as much as we can. I wish I could have been at this one, but if you hadn't heard by now, yeah, I am streaming this remotely from Iowa because I got COVID, and we are had to bail and change plans at the last second. Our next matchup here, though, we got Nate out of Grand Rapids on the left, Steve out of Chicago on the right. All right, let's take a look at the results as they are getting ready. So currently, Nate is sitting at 2 wins, Steve sitting at 3. They go in. Steve stays low. Nate gets kind of inside. Oh, never mind. Steve manages to pummel the inside grips, gets into the armpits. Excellent position for pushing, and finishes the job. There you go. Yep, step in the ring to bow. There you go. So yeah, Steve is tied for the lead at 4-1. Yeah, Nate says Thomas in my club casually mentions specific matches and obscure techniques. Yeah, I that's a thing for guys that follow sumo like more intricately than I do. Yeah, I there's definitely people that can recall specific matches way more easily than I can, and that's something that I love guys that will bring a certain match that they saw in the pro basho and say like, hey, what happened here? Why don't we practice some of this? That kind of thing is always fun to do. Okay, so we've got Eric on the left. I believe I saw a correction. He's actually out of Grand Rapids. Is that right, Kaylin? And then on the right is TJ. TJ is out of Ohio. All right, big hit. TJ's got the inside. He's got that Otsuke. He's blocking Eric's grip, and he uses that to bend him around. But Eric stays put. Oh, there's a good arm lock. That was a pretty good Kotenage swing, and then able to push Eric just the last little bit out of the ring. So that puts TJ at 3-2, Eric at 1-4. Okay, next up we have Jake versus Randall. Yeah, Kaylin there trying to deny that she's the Oyakata of Iron Mountain Sumo Club. Yeah, that's not happening. You are you can claim to just be sumo mom, but like like somebody said before, oh yeah, like Jake out of Houston said, you put in the work starting the club, you become the Oyakata. Yeah. Even if we're not teaching the techniques, I guess, you know, maybe it's something that we have to come to terms with, that that's just our role. Maybe organization is what really makes it count. Okay, so we have Randall on the left, Jake on the right. Randall coming in at 2-3, and Jake coming in at 3-1. Jake is one of the guys tied for the lead. Here we go. Fists are down. Ooh, Randall gets a big windup, but yeah, Jake takes it well. Randall's kind of got the initiative here, but Jake swims that arm over. Good defense at the edge. Randall's got the double insides. Jake swings him around. Oh man, that was close. Jake's got the Uwate Nage and makes it happen. Man, those tall guys when they can get that deep overhand grip, that is a deadly weapon. All right, so Jake maintains a tie for the lead. He moves to 4-1. Next up, we have Jay versus Tori. Jay and Tori are two of the other guys tied for the lead with only one loss so far. Tori at 4-1, Jay at 3-1. And yes, absolutely props to the dude sporting the traditional look. That is a level of confidence that I aspire to and absolutely do not have yet. All right, there's Jay. So Jay out of wonder what's going on there. Might be just asking for a wipe down. But yeah, so like I mentioned, these guys are tied for the lead, along with Jake and Steve. All four of those guys only have one loss so far. Oh, yep, they were just going for the wipe down. On the left, we're going to have Jay out of San Antonio. On the right, Tori out of Ohio. Yeah, hold your horses there, Nate. Slow motion replays. Yeah, we're a little bit out from that still. That's not the winging it on 2 days notice remotely kind of thing that we can do. We'll get there somewhere. We'll get there someday, but yeah, we're not there yet for instant replays or anything like that. That's you're asking a little bit more than amateur sumo can provide so far. Oh man, these guys are getting in the zone. Jay's like a statue. All right, here we go. Oh, Tori jumps to the side. Jay saw that coming and finished him off. Yeah, Tori, the knee issues there definitely hurt him in trying to get a powerful tachi. That's definitely something we've seen him jumping to the side a couple times, and I think the guys are starting to notice that, and I think that might be why he's taken these last couple losses. But something clear to work on. He's definitely doing his best. But next up is going to be, we got Jay again. It'll be Randall versus Jay. At some point here. Randall is coming in with a 2-4 record, and that win over Tori puts Jay at 4-1. Leaderboard right now, we got Jay, Jake, and Steve all at 4-1. They're followed by Tori and TJ, who each have 2 losses. Suppose while we're waiting here, I'm going to bring up one of my favorite sumo sites. Not sure if you're still in the chat here, Kellyanne, but I always got to shout out Sumo 411. Oh, Jay is taking his minute. Yeah, he's got back-to-backs. He's taking a minute to recover. Sumo411.com. I will follow up in a minute, but first up, we're going to have Randall versus Jay. Yeah, Sumo 411 is the only place I know of that actually has a complete calendar of amateur sumo. Um, I know that the United States Federation has leveled up again thanks to Kellyanne, just like Sumo 411. But um, the Federation website has some stuff on there, but it's only U.S. stuff, and it's only stuff that's been like officially sanctioned and has official graphics and everything like that. But Sumo 411 has basically every amateur event, so I would highly recommend it to any wrestlers. Okay, Randall versus Jay. Jay comes with a big hit. Randall stabilizes and gets the belt, and he's moving forwards. Jay's not having it though, and he throws Randall down. He let Randall build up a little momentum and then spun him around. So yes, Kalen, I am currently on Sumo 411, and I can tell you that the Met is on February 17th. Followed, oh man, only 1 week later is the SoCal Open. Crap. I was hoping I might be able to get to both of those this year, but that is not going to happen. I am hoping that my next Texas visit is going to be that Mighty Eagle team tournament. I'm really hoping. I'd love to get an Iowa Sumo team fielded down there. But yeah, that's coming up on the 17th of February 2024. Keep an eye out. That is a unique tournament that the main event is 3-man teams. Very, very cool event, and I think this will be either the third or the fourth year that they've put that on. Always a lot of fun. This next matchup, we've got teammates from Ohio Sumo, TJ on the left versus Jake on the right. Ooh, they come in a little bit soft. Jake gets the pushing, but TJ is going for Tsupari up high. Jake has the power advantage, but TJ is real quick. Jake gets those long arms onto the belt. There's that Uwate Nage grip that he got last time, but instead he goes for the over elbows. He goes for the Kime grip and takes TJ out. Gives him a little love tap on the way out there. That was awesome. All right, so Jake stays tied for the lead with only one loss. All right, okay, next up we're going to have Steve versus Eric, followed by Corbin versus Nate. So after those two matches, we will be done with round 7 out of 9. So we are a little over 2/3 of the way through this division, just for those of you keeping up. On the left, Steve tied for the lead. He's at 4-1. On the right, Eric is out of the running, but he is still looking to play spoiler here. Man, I know Eric is a big dude, but Steve just towers over everybody here. I know we're kind of beating a dead horse, but it's fascinating to see somebody that enormous doing our little amateur sport. Steve got a good overhand grip there. Eric is staying sturdy inside, but Steve might have that behind the leg trip. Not happening. Eric's driving, but Steve is staying agile. Oh man, Steve was moving backwards, but he managed to stabilize a couple times. He's spinning Eric around. Both these guys have excellent defense on the edge, knowing exactly where their feet are. Oh, they're just battling right back to the middle. It's turning into an endurance test. There you go. Steve managed to get inside, and I think he might have just burnt out the last of Eric's gas and takes the win. Yeah, he's taller than Kyle. I think Kyle is 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", something like that. And yeah, we're hearing Steve the Jotun is 6'8". But yes, so that win means that Steve is remaining in a tie for first with Jake and Jay. All three of those guys are at 5-1. This next matchup will be the last of round 7 of 9. Corbin on the left out of Iowa, Nate on the right out of Grand Rapids. Oh, we got the ref doing a bit of a gear check, just to make sure we're all good. Don't want that falling off during a match or anything like that, or getting in the way of each other. There you go. Both of these guys are, I believe, out of medal contention at this point. Corbin's still looking for his first win. Nate coming in at 2-4. Again, Corbin out of my club here in Iowa. He's the guy that found Sumo via soup. My favorite sumo origin story. Here we go, getting set. Nate's got the fists down. Off we go. Corbin takes the hit, goes backwards, but manages to defend. Nate's trying to get inside. He goes for that trip. Corbin's wise to that, but then gets pushed backwards and out. And out they go. Yeah, that was some good defense from Corbin. But yeah, Nate was able to just keep inside, keep steady, keep moving him backwards. That was some excellent work. Okay, next up. So that is the end of round 7 out of 9. We have 8 more matches left to go in men's heavyweight. Next up is Corbin. If he's ready to go, he might just go right back in. Looks like it. It'll be Eric versus Corbin. On deck, we have a matchup of 2 of the leaders. We have Jake versus Steve. Both of those guys will be coming in at 5-1, making their case for the gold. They are both tied with Jay out of San Antonio at 5-1. So yeah, it is still awfully close here. I am curious how this is going to come down, but those 3 are definitely making their case for the podium. Tori is still in it. He's at 4-2. And TJ at 3-3 is still potentially in the running for one of those slots. Got to give a shout out to Jake Book for helping us get those Iowa Zekkins. They are excellent. He makes them himself. Ooh, come in kind of slow, but Corbin gets a grip on him. Eric had that forward push, and now he's kind of pummeling for the inside, but Corbin's doing a good job staying steady. He's wrapping around the side. Oh, nice move by Eric, though. Corbin had the better foot position, but Eric was able to use that to get him off balance enough to push him the rest of the way down. Okay, with that, we have our 3 of our top 4 guys are actually facing off against each other here. We've got Jake versus Steve in the next match. After that, we will have Jay versus TJ. So these, I think it's kind of cool how it shook out. We're coming down to the last couple rounds, and that's where several of these leaders will be facing each other. Steve versus Jay, that'll be coming up in the last round. Same with TJ versus Tori. Two matches there that could very well determine the final placement. But yeah, here we have Jake and Steve, 2 of our 3 guys that are tied for the lead. One of them will remain tied with Jay for the lead, and the other one will be bumped down, tied with Tori for third. Both guys taking their minute, making sure that they are in the zone and ready to go. I think these might be our 2 tallest guys of the day. Jake is no small man either. Off they go. Steve staying nice and low, but Jake has a firm grip. They're fairly neutral. Jake has that overhand that he loves so much, and I think he takes the win with that. There you go. Gyoji Micah awards the win to Jake. There you go. So Jake and Jay are our last 2 guys at the top with 1 loss. Steve and Tori are at 2 losses right now. And we also have TJ in 5th place at 3-3, who could potentially get in the mix as well. Next matchup is going to be Jay versus TJ. On deck is Tori versus Randall. TJ backing up a little bit there. I wonder if that's part of a strategy. Yeah, Jay has a huge Tachi eye, so TJ's got to have, he better have some plan to deal with that if he wants to stay in this match. Ooh, and Jay was able to make that big hit work. TJ stays put on the edge just barely, and they tie up. TJ's got double insides. Jay's going for that overhand right. I wonder what he can make with that. And then they're pummeling on the opposite side to see who can get inside there. Jay is bumping him back, and that's what'll do it. Wow, that was some serious. Who was that? Kota Shogaku? Was he the guy that used to do that? The hug and chug, where you get the grapple and then you just belly bump him the rest of the way out. Okay, next up, we're going to have Tori versus Randall. That'll be the end of round 8 of 9. And after that will be TJ versus Tori. So we might take a minute here to give Tori a break in between this match and the next. But this is, including this match, we have 5 left to determine our heavyweight division. Leaderboard is still the same. We've got Jay and Jake at 6-1, Steve at 5-2, Tori at 4-2. Randall comes in hot. Tori jumps to the side again, giving Randall a chance to get inside. Once Tori is able to get a hold of people, though, he's been doing great. He's clearly got no shortage of upper body strength going on. Randall staying on his feet. Oh, and Tori goes down. Oh, he is holding his knee. We'll make sure that he's all right, but Randall definitely takes the win there. I am going to turn our camera real quick. All right. If you guys can still hear me, we are just going to keep an eye on Tori, make sure he's all right, get him taken care of. But we can still chat here. Yeah, we're just making sure that he's gonna be all right before we get that camera back in. But why don't we go over how that changes our leaderboard for a moment? Again, at 6-1, we have Jay versus Jake. At 5-2 is Steve out of Chicago. That's going to move Tori down to 4-3. He does have another match coming up, but I would be surprised if he is able to do that. It looks like we're still getting him some help getting up. I think it's probably safe to say that his day is probably done. I'll update you when I can. Actually, Kalen, if you could in the chat let us know when he is up and at him, or at least at him, I guess. But we will update you when we can. Tori at 4-3 though. If he has to pull out of his next match, that will probably be it for him. But we do have TJ and Nate are both at 3-4. So those guys have I think they might have a chance to get back in the mix, but it is likely Jay and Jake will be fighting for the gold. And Steve is our likely bronze medalist, but we'll see what happens there. All right, I'm going to sign off for just a moment here. I'm going to go mute so that I can make a quick phone call, see what's going on site, see if we need to change our plans, but I will get you guys an update in just a moment. Okay, I am back. Let's get our Doyo camera back up. Tori is on his feet temporarily, helping him to a chair. It was a knee issue. It appears that he was able to get taped up enough that he could get back up and move on over. So he is done for the day. His next matchup would have been his last, but we're going to call that a Fusen. No need to try and get him in through there. So, with that out of the way, let's see. We have 3 more matches. We have Steve versus Jay, which is, again, two of the 3 guys that are in the lead right now, followed by Corbin versus Jake and Nate versus Eric, and that will be it for our men's heavyweight. We will be taking a brief break after that before we do our open weight, just to make sure that we have that bracket and make sure that all of our heavyweights get a breather after this big this big healthy bracket, we'll call it, this 9-man round robin gauntlet that they're going through. But in the meantime, though, like I mentioned, we have just a couple more matches of heavyweight and then open weight, and I believe that is it for today. In the past Grand Rapids tournaments, the guys have put on like an informal team tournament. If that is happening, it would probably be tomorrow when they have an extra training session. I don't believe that will be part of this broadcast. But, nice close-up of Jake there. That was always appreciated. Kalen, if you can hear me, just have him do a couple laps back and forth. Show off that nice new traditional look he's got going on. But let's see here. I think we should be, sounds like we are shaping up. Our next matchup is going to be Steve versus Jay. The guys on our leaderboard, Jay out of San Antonio. He is in his 2nd career tournament. There we go. Nah, that's more like it. Randall coming up there just to accept his, there you go, just to accept that victory. The next matchup would have been TJ versus Tori, but yeah, Tori is obviously not going to be there for that one. So we will have a Fusen win for TJ. I believe they'll just have him step in and bow to accept it. go. So then we will be moving on to Steve versus Jay. Okay, so let me take a look at our scenarios here. With Tori out, that puts his final tally at 4-4. So we do have it clinched that it will be the three leaders that we've been talking about will be the three guys on the podium. That is Jay out of San Antonio, Jake out of Ohio, and Steve out of Chicago. Taking a quick break here, Kalen. Awarding TJ his Fusa. Yep, so I think we will be taking just a minute before we get back into it. I'm going to leave the camera on, but I am going to go get a refill on water and cough drops. So I'll be back in a second here. Alrighty, looks like we are back and getting ready for Steve versus Jay. Jay is at 6-1. Steve is at 5-2. There we go. So that means that Jay taking a win here, I believe would cement at least second place for him. If Steve takes the win, that's going to make things a bit more interesting. Okay, here we go. As I mentioned before we took our quick break, we've got 3 matches left. So Steve versus Jay here, between two of the guys on the podium. That all 3 podium slots are still. It's going to be Jay, Jake, and Steve, but the order could be a couple things. After this matchup, we're going to have Corbin versus Jake. Jake, our other leader, sitting at 6-1. And then the last match of regulation will be Nate versus Eric. Sounds like I was mistaken on the team tournament. Looks like we are planning to do that after the Open. So we'll talk about that more later. But first up, we got Steve versus Jay. Oh, Jay leaves no room for doubt on that Tachi-ai. Wow. Yeah. Steve did not have a good response, a good plan for what to do about that big Tachi-ai. And Jay, if you let Jay go straight forward, he's gonna go straight forward. That has been proven. He is very good at that. He's pretty good all around, but no matter what, if you just hit him straight on, that is pretty much guarantee to be a bad time. So next up, we should be having Corbin versus Jake. There we go. We got that green and white Zekin versus the red and white Zekin. Once again, got to call out Jake Book for making those. He's been doing a lot more sumo stuff recently, and one of the things he's been doing in particular is making Zekins. He outfitted our whole Iowa team. He's been working on these new Ohio ones. Oh, we got some chit chat in the ring here. Oh, I see. We're not being we're not serious today. We're having some fun in there. All right, Corbin out of Iowa versus Jake out of Ohio. There they go. Oh, Jake gets a big first push. Oh yeah, Corbin stepped out right away there. Yeah, so rough first tournament for Corbin. But yeah, 8 matches is a lot more than a lot of people get in their first tournament. So he's got 8 matches more experience than he did this morning. So, ooh, looks like in the background we got a couple guys helping Tori get out of here. There we go. We do have one more match here, but yes, we did confirm that Tori had a leg injury that ended his day. But yeah, he's on his way. He's on his way to get the help he needs for it for sure. No talking in the dojo. Next, they're gonna allow backflips. Backflips, that's too far, Nate. No, we cannot have that. That is absolutely right out. I can't believe you'd suggest such a thing. Our last matchup: Nate on the left versus Eric on the right. Coming kind of tentative. Eric's just keeping a sturdy hold on him, but Nate's getting inside and getting a little bit of the drive going. Ooh, had some trouble there side to side, but Nate is staying the course. He's getting nice and low. And but too low. Eric was able to get the Uwate Dashinage, I believe, to finish that one off. All right, so that win goes to Eric. So let me update real quick, and I will get you our final standings. So it does look like we are going to have a tiebreaker. Okay, so Steve out of Chicago is in 3rd place at 5-3. However, we have 2 guys at 7-1 that are going to have to rematch. We have Jay versus Jake, San Antonio versus Dayton. So I believe that is what they are getting set up. Depending on what rules we're gonna follow, Kaylin, give me a heads up if I am mistaken here. But Jay did take the win in the round robin over Jake. Let's see, who did Jay lose to? No, he's on here somewhere. Eric was the one who was able to take out Jay. But in the prior match, Jay was the one who beat Jake. But it does look like we are doing a tiebreaker match as opposed to basing it on prior results. Good. That's the way I like it. That's more sumo is always the right answer in my mind. But Jay out of Mighty Eagle Sumo in San Antonio on the left. Jake out of Ohio Sumo Dayton on the right. One match for all the marbles. Both these guys went 7-1 in the round robin phase. Winner takes gold, loser takes silver in men's heavyweight. After which, again, we'll have men's open weight. We will be taking a break between heavy and open weight just to make sure that we get our brackets all set up. And it sounds like after that, we will also be putting together a team tournament. But before that, let's let the moment breathe here. Let's take a look at these two huge heavyweights, 7-1. One more match for all the marbles. big hit from Tori, but Jake hangs on and is driven backwards. Jay takes the win. Wow, that was wild. It was short but wild. Yeah, Jay's huge Tachi was for once it was absorbed. It was absorbed well. Jake was able to take the hit and grab onto the belt without getting blasted backwards. But his return effort, Jay held on to that initiative and was able to keep the momentum moving backwards. So that is men's heavyweight. Steve out of Chicago takes bronze. Jake out of Ohio, silver. And at 8-1 overall, your heavyweight champion in men's heavyweight, Jay Scriven out of San Antonio, Mighty Eagle Sumo. All right, well, that was awesome. I'm going to get back in touch with the guys on site. We will be taking a break. I imagine it will be at least 5 to 10 minutes, but we will be back with you soon. Keep an eye on Challenge for that men's open weight bracket. Make sure to refresh it before we start the matches, because it will be subject to change right up until we start doing matches. So, why don't we go through our results real quick of the day so far before I take a quick break. Where is my light heavyweight bracket? There you are. At men's lightweight, in third place, we had Corey Delaney out of Ohio. In second, we had Louis Hart out of Grand Rapids, and your tournament organizer and lightweight champion is Gabe Unick. Middleweight. In third place, we had Jake Book out of Ohio Sumo. Second place, Will Campbell out of Grand Rapids, and your undefeated middleweight champion is Ben Lacey out of Ohio Dayton. Light heavyweight. In third place, we had Randy Langtim out of Iowa Sumo. In second place out of Toronto was Chris Chim. And also undefeated champion in light heavyweight, we have Rock City Sumo's Brandon Rudzinski. Men's heavyweight we just covered, but that was Steve McNulty out of Chicago Sumo. Second place was Jake Cullison out of Ohio. And your heavyweight champion, Jay Scriven out of San Antonio's Mighty Eagle Sumo. So, we are taking a break before we move on to men's open weight. Again, check out the Beer City Sumo Open on challenge.com for a bracket. Again, bracket subject to change, but keep it handy and just refresh before we get started. We will be back in just a few. I'm going to mute myself, but 5 to 10 minutes minimum. We will be in touch real soon. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. All right, everybody, we're about to get started with our open weight division. Okie doke. So if you have your challenge brackets still up, you can go ahead and refresh because that is now finalized. Let me bring it over here for just a moment here, show you what we got. Here's what we're starting with. We're going to do double elimination. So everybody, you will see everybody at least 2 times. The seeding is informal, but we tried to space some guys out so that the matchups make some more sense. But we've got 17 guys, which means we've got a basic 16-man bracket plus 1 play-in match. And it is double elimination. So we will see, like I mentioned, we will see everybody at least a second match to see who can get all the way back up to the finals of the losers bracket will go up to face the finals of the winners bracket. It'll make sense as we go. But go ahead and search for Men's Openweight Beer City Sumo Open 2023 on Challenge. Look for that Chicago Sumo Club logo. That is our official bracket. So our first matchup, when we get there, is going to be Colton versus Corbin. That'll be our play-in match. Winner will move on to face Brandon Rodzinski. And like I said, we have 17 guys, so we will be about 30, let's see, I guess that makes 33 matches, 32 or 33 matches to get through our the openweight division, after which we will probably be taking another break before doing our team division. Why don't we go through our winners so far again? All right, so if you are just joining us, let me bring up our light, middle, there we go, light, heavy, and heavy. Our lightweight division, in third place was Corey Delaney out of Ohio Sumo. Second place was Louis Hart out of Grand Rapids. And the lightweight champion, and also the tournament organizer, Gabe Unick out of Grand Rapids. Middleweight, we had 5 guys that did a round-robin tournament. And the finals, in third place, we had Jake Book out of Ohio, Will Campbell out of Grand Rapids in second, and in first place was Ben Lacey out of Ohio Sumo Dayton. In light heavyweight, we had in third place Randy Langtim out of Iowa Sumo. Second was Chris Chim out of Toronto. And in first, Brandon Rodzinski out of Rock City Sumo in Detroit. At heavyweight, in third place, we had Steve McNulty out of Chicago Sumo. Second place, we had Jake Cullison out of Ohio. And your heavyweight champion was Jay Scriven out of Mighty Eagle Sumo in San Antonio. So we are going to get into our open weight. We have our Gyoji Micah out of Grand Rapids Sumo getting ready there. As I mentioned, I think our first match, we're going to be doing our play-in match. That is Colton versus Corbin. Oop, there's the thumbs up from Micah, so I think we're probably getting everybody going. As far in the comments there, I see for teams, any rules for team building or just bring your crew together. If it's anything like other team competitions, it's just get a pair that agree to be a team, and that is step 1 and the final step. You just get 2 guys that are willing to be a team, and then you do your number 1 guy versus their number 1 guy, your number 2 versus their number 2, and if it's tied, oh no, it sounds like Kaylin is saying they're drawing names out of a hat. Oh, that's interesting. That'll be fun. I like that idea. That's a little more chaos into the mix. That should be a blast. Okay, our first matchup on the left, we have Colton Johnstone out of Canada Toronto specifically. And on the right, we have Corbin Delgado out of Iowa Sumo Club. Here we go. Oh, Colton gets underneath and escorts Corbin right out. Big hit from Colton. That was an awesome tachi. Okay, so if I am reading our bracket right, next matchup is going to be Corey versus Jake. Jake Book in particular. We have Jake Book and Jake Cullison in this one. I think that's the only double name that we've got going on. But regardless, Colton will be moving on to face Brandon Rodzinski, and Corbin will be moving into the lower bracket. We will see, looks like he will face the loser of Randy versus Hunter. But getting ahead of ourselves a little bit there, we have Corey versus Jake, both Ohio guys coming up here. Yeah, Kalen, if you're looking at the bracket on Challenge, they do number the matches in the order that they recommend you do them. So you can follow it that way if you like. So on the left, Corey. On the right, Jake. Corey is coming out of lightweight, Jake out of middleweight, but they are teammates at Ohio Sumo. I think these guys they were both able to snag a medal in their weight class, and we'll see how they do here in open weight. Oh, Jake goes for a big push, and it gets some purchase on Corey, but Corey is able to resist, and he is now getting it into a grappling match. Jake goes for a trip that didn't work. Ooh, but then they both hop out. Their feet were pretty close. Micah is saying it looks like Corey stepped out first, so we are giving the win to Jake. Yeah, Jake definitely had the strength advantage in that matchup. Let's see here. Looks like Micah might be coming up here to ask for some replay help, so I'm going to get that ready. All right, I'm back. That one was too close for even me to catch it on the replay. Impossible to see. They both stepped out. We are calling it a rematch there. So Corey versus Jake. First one too close to call. I should get some sort of hand signal for Micah so that I can get it prepared right away. Maybe have him just look at the camera in confusion and wave his hands in panic. That might be a good way for me to know for sure that he wants a replay. Anyways, take two. Jake comes off the line harder. Corey gets that overhand grip. Jake staying inside and low. Ooh, he's wrenching Corey around and moving him back. Oh, that was another close one. It looks like Corey went down first, but Jake was in the air. So let's see what Micah says. All right, Jake is your winner. So next I believe we have Big Jake versus Nate. Yeah, when it's a double elimination bracket, it's not super straightforward. There's a couple different ways you can do it. Oh, yep. So I guess it looks like we are doing Brandon versus Colton first. All right, so Colton won the play-in match, and he is advanced to the full first round, I guess you could say. So yeah, Colton beat Corbin, moving him on to face Brandon in this next matchup here. So winner will move on to face Jake Book, and the loser will be relegated to the losers bracket. Brandon out of Rock City on the left, Colton out of Toronto on the right. There they go, big hit. Oh, and Brandon takes that slick step back to slap Colton down. Brandon is moving on to round 2. Round 3, I suppose, technically. So because this is double elimination, these guys are still in it. Corbin, Corey, and Colton have lost their first matches, but they are still they will still have a chance to face off. And our next match here is going to be, are we now moving on to, yes, Jake Cullison out of Ohio versus Nate out of Grand Rapids. Welcome back, Wada. Yeah, right now we are working on the open weight division, and then after this there will also be some team action going on. 2 versus 2 teams. Okay, here we go. 2 heavyweights. Jake from Ohio on the left, Nate from Grand Rapids on the right. Big hit from Jake. Nate corrals him, but not enough. Ooh, let's hope Nate's okay. He went down kind of hard there. Mentioned it earlier, but despite being a big, powerful heavyweight, Jake is an absolute teddy bear. He's wanted to make sure his opponent was all right. Jake is moving on. Nate has one more shot. He's moving down to the lower bracket. Next up, it looks like we are going to have Louis versus Sean. Lightweight versus middleweight. Okay, there we go. Louis out of Grand Rapids. Sean out of Ohio. Louis, I have not seen him wrestle before. This might be his debut, but he is one of the guys with the hometown team here, Grand Rapids. On the right, Sean has been doing this for at least a year or so. He's been to nationals. He's been to a couple different tournaments around here, and he is moving down from light heavyweight. I think this might be his first event at middleweight. They go in. Sean gets a better of the pushing initially. Good movement from Louis and a turn, but Sean keeps him from spinning the rest of the way around. Good Uchari attempt there from Louis, but Sean was able to stay in front of him enough to take him down. Okay, here we go. Ooh, yeah. Tyga, who are I don't know who you are. Tyga is Tyga 98 in the chat. Remind me who you are. But yeah, Sean has definitely been working hard to get down to middleweight. I know he was aiming for that as his goal quite a while ago, but good to see him. Good to see him making it there. Next up is Jay versus Scott. Jay won heavyweight, taking only 1 loss. And Scott was one of our 3 Canadian guys in the light heavyweight division. Didn't end up on the podium here, but he's got another shot at open weight. Oh, Darius. Hey, sorry, I didn't know that was you. Yeah, Darius, you were one of the guys I had my eyes open for today. I didn't obviously something must have come up, but usually Darius is one of the guys to beat at our Midwestern events. So you're definitely missed. Anyways, though, we got our heavyweight champ Jay versus... Oh, wow, and there's the Tachiai that did him so well in heavyweight, and it looks like plan A is still going to work out just fine. So there you have it. Jay is moving on to the next round. Still in the running. He is looking for... he definitely has his sights set on bringing home another medal. Next up is going to be Chris out of Toronto versus Josh out of Dayton. Chris got the light heavyweight silver medal. Josh just missed out on the podium at middleweight. They go in. Chris gets inside right away and just walks Josh right out. Yeah, you could definitely tell Chris knows his way around the ring. Seeing him at light heavyweight, I think he took his first loss in his first match, but he got his legs under him right away, and yeah, there you go. Brandon beat Chris in their first matchup, and then Chris did not lose again in light heavyweight. Definitely one to watch, and clearly has the power for it. Okay, next up on the left is Gabe Unick, lightweight champion, Grand Rapids Oyakata, and tournament organizer. On the right, we have TJ out of Ohio Sumo. TJ wrestles at heavyweight despite being one of the smaller guys there. Open weight here, he's definitely going to be somebody to watch. Well, they come in kind of low. Gabe is staying low, got a good grip on the inside. TJ is mitigating it and kind of biding his time. Gabe goes for the slap down. That was slick. Yeah, that's something. That's something as a guy who's watched a lot of sumo but hasn't done a lot in the ring. Those slapdowns, especially in like the pros, it looks like something that should be pretty simple, straightforward. Even if it's not easy, it's at least something you can, can understand what's going on. But I never get it to work. It is such a timing thing that is so difficult to get a handle on. And that sumo experience that Gabe's had doing sumo for so long really paid off there. He knew exactly when to pull. Really cool. Good way to beat the bigger guy. So our last matchup of round one, we have Randy Langtim out of Iowa Sumo versus Hunter Williams out of Ohio Sumo, Indiana. Hunter is a heavyweight. I don't know why he skipped the heavyweight division, but either way, he's helping put on the tournament. He's been dealing with injuries for the last couple of years, but yeah, he's on his way back here, looking to make a stamp at open weight. Coming in hard, but Randy gets a little bit of the push initially. Stays on him. Randy takes the win. Hunter goes down. Oh, sounds like Hunter just wanted to do open and teams. I don't blame him. Regardless, that was some excellent power from Randy. He just made sure that Hunter could not escape. He just pushed him straight back, and that was all that was happening. He was not going to allow Hunter to make Plan B work. Okay. I believe we should next be moving to Hunter versus Corbin in the lower bracket. It'll be the first elimination match of the division here. After that, we will have 4 more elimination matchups before we move on to our upper bracket. I'll keep you guys posted when they are elimination matches. In the chat, Wata says, as someone that has suffered the Hitaki Komi IRL, I can confirm that when it hits well and you fall on your face and eat dirt, it feels so powerful. Yeah, there's we did a mini tournament at the very first Iowa Sumo training camp back in July, and we didn't film very much of it. It was more of like a casual thing. We did training for a few hours, and then we kind of just put together a tournament bracket, just kind of for fun. And like one of the only matches that got caught on tape is me diving in headfirst like an absolute idiot and my teammate, who's only like 19 and has been doing sumo for 5 minutes, just knew I was going to do that because I'm not very good at sumo, and just immediately, instantly, and effortlessly just kind of poked me in the back and just assured that I would hit the ground with my face. One of the dumbest, felt incredibly dumb. There was nothing I could do about it, and it just made me feel like I was a complete idiot for diving in so hard. It was very silly. So I got a text that we were going slightly out of order, but here we go. On the left, we have Corey out of Ohio. On the right, we have Colton out of Canada. This is we're still doing elimination matches. These guys have each lost their opening match, or in Colton's case, he beat Corbin and then lost his follow-up. So each of these guys in a double elimination match gets a one more shot. Loser is eliminated, though. Colton with some big push. Oh, wow. Yeah, that pushing. Corey did not have an answer. So Colton was able to just straightforward get his hands on Corey's chest and escort him the rest of the way out. All right, I'm going to quit guessing what matches are coming up and just let it happen here. But I believe we'll still be doing a couple elimination matchups. Oh, I see. I think we were giving Hunter a bit of a break because it is now Hunter versus Corbin. Yeah, we didn't want him to have to go back-to-back. So Hunter, again, out of Ohio Sumo in Indiana. He's out of the he's started his own branch of the Ohio Sumo Association out in Bloomington, Indiana. And is also putting on his first tournament coming up in just a couple months. Look up the Midwest Sumo Open. Yet again, I got to shout out sumo411.com. Go there, check out the date, check out the rest of the info, and be there. Hunter versus Corbin. Hunter gets the better tachi-ai and goes for the throw, gets enough of a grip to escort Corbin right out the side. Yeah, Hunter, he was able to get that strong grip on him, and once that happens, yeah, you gotta break that grip and get out of there. Corbin was just pushed straight back. So Corbin is eliminated, and we are moving on to, let's see, I think we have 3 more elimination matchups probably before we move back up into the winner's bracket. That means we get Louis Hart on the left versus Nate Riemersma on the right. Both Grand Rapids guys. Yeah, Louis pretty new here. Nate, I believe, made his debut last year at the first Grand Rapids Open. Okay, here we go. Big hit from Nate. Louis did a good job resisting for a second, but then he gets lifted. You gotta watch those toes when you lift up. Well, Micah is giving the win to Nate, but Louis made it close. If you're the guy doing the lifting, or if you're the guy getting lifted, make sure that you're doing your best to get back on the ground. Grab just a tiny bit of that Tawara. Could be enough to change the match and make your opponent step out first. Louis had it close, but Nate was wise to it just enough to make sure that he took the win. Okay, so next up. Like I said, I don't want to call him out and keep looking dumb. Here we go. Next up, we have Josh Goodlow on the left versus Scott Tillert on the right. Josh is out of Ohio, Scott out of Canada. Scott took a loss to Jay, and Josh took a loss to... What's wrong with me? Why can't I find him? There you go. He took a loss to Chris from Canada. So yeah, these guys have both taken a loss. This is an elimination match. They come in pretty hard. Josh goes for the slap down and then the push out, and that combo is what did it. Josh is going to move on. Yeah, that pulling maneuver he did there, even though it didn't work, it definitely threw Scott's balance off, and just enough that he was able to get underneath Scott, and Josh pushed him out. Yeah, Wata, the basic rule is if you have full control of your opponent, you can take that step out, and then the match officially ends. It gets dicey when the definition of having control of your opponent is kind of, there's definitely some gray area there. Like if you have the guy completely thrown over your shoulder like a sack of potatoes and you step out, that's very obvious. But if you guys are still kind of clamoring, like I mentioned, if somebody's playing with the Tawara, if they can just get a little bit of their toe on it, sometimes sometimes that might be enough to make it more of a discussion. But here we go. We got TJ versus Hunter. This is also an elimination matchup. They come in low. Both guys get a good hit. Both guys have some belt going on there. Oh, TJ's off the belt. Hunter pummels in underneath and gets a good push. TJ goes for the pull down, but nothing happening there. Gets Hunter up high, and then they both tie up into a neutral position again, but TJ's got the center of the ring control. Both guys pushing their hips back, trying to get that grip broken for their opponent. Hunter's got those long arms. He's going to try and play that game to break his opponent's grip while still maintaining a grip of his own. They're getting low. They're digging in. Kind of a neutral position. Both guys looking for openings. Both guys wiggling the hips a little bit to see what they can do about the grip. TJ tries getting low. Hunter's shaking him around, seeing if that's going to open anything up. And he spins him, but I don't think it worked. I think he spun him too far, and I thought I saw Hunter go down. Let's see. So it looks like Judge Micah gave it to TJ. I think I agree on first watch there. But yeah, that was close. That was right at the edge there. They were both real close. Wata says these guys have better hip positioning than Hokuseiho. You know what? I think you might be right. Okay, so that ends a streak of our elimination matchups. TJ, Josh, Nate, and Colton are still in it. And the day is over for Corbin, Hunter, Scott, Louie, and Corey. So moving back up to the upper division, to guys that have not had a loss yet. On the left is Brandon Rudzinski out of Detroit. Jake Book on the right out of Ohio. Brandon actually started his club, Rock City Sumo, after the prior Grand Rapids tournament in June. So he's still pretty new. Ooh, Jake does a bit of a start there, but Brandon stays higher and gets the slap down. Jake tried that tachi you sometimes see from Ura when Ura is trying to get underneath the guy. He'll kind of like do a bit of a hop start and then go in for the lower tachi. But yeah, Brandon was wise to it and did not let Jake get in underneath him. So we've got, I believe we will have 3 more matches here in the upper division. There we go. So we have Jake Cullison versus Sean Mormon. Both these guys out of Ohio Sumo Dayton. Both guys won their opening matchup. The winner of this will move on to face Brandon in the next round. Okay, here we go. We got a heavyweight versus a middleweight. There we go. Big hit from Jake, but Sean moves to the side. Jake manages to corral him, gets a high grip. Sean's got the belt, but Jake didn't need it. Yeah, Sean had the better belt grip, but Jake was just he spun Sean right around, didn't know which way to go. Yeah, even without the belt grip, Jake used that power advantage, and he had a great bit of leverage there to dump him down. Ooh, it looks like Wata and Nate arguing over Hokuseiho. Keep going. Yeah, I like that. Like that spiciness in the comments. So we've got two more upper division matchups. Jay out of San Antonio got here by beating Scott. Chris got here by beating Josh. They are going to, the winner of this will move on to face the winner of our next matchup, Gabe versus Randy. Jay was able to take only one loss on his way to heavyweight gold. Chris on the right took one loss at light heavyweight on his way to the silver medal in that division. Both these guys have huge power. Let's see if Chris can deal with that big Tachi and make it a belt game where he's shown that he can shine. Ooh, a little bit to the side, and he gets inside, so that's a good start. And good defense at the edge, but Jay is just too strong. That was awesome. Chris had a plan, and he executed it well. And Jay's counter was enough that Jay was able to take over with his power and shove Chris to the ground. So that means that next up we have Gabe versus Randy. We have our lightweight champion from Grand Rapids versus our light heavyweight bronze medalist out of Iowa. Yeah, big day for my club here, my Iowa guys. We've done real good so far. Randy picking up a medal. Corbin had a tougher day, but as they always say, you win or you learn. And having, let's see, 10 matches in your opening tournament, that is an excellent way to get that experience. So I'm excited for our next practice to see what Corbin, what lessons he's bringing back from Grand Rapids and how it's going to help him get better. But we've still got, Iowa still has Randy in the mix here for open weight. Let's see how he does about Gabe. Gabe beat TJ in the first round. Randy beat Hunter. Both guys still in it. Randy comes in head first again, and Gabe gets to the side and grabs that arm. Getting low. Oh, that was an excellent move. He was able to get on the side of Randy, and that allowed him to have that better leverage. Push him right out. Okay, so next up we are popping down to the lower bracket where we will have 4 elimination matchups. There you go, brackets filling in. So we'll see what order they go in, but yeah, there will be 4 matchups where 4 matchups where the loser will be eliminated. There we go. Thank you for the update there, Eric. Eric from the heavyweight division, not affiliated with any club because my work schedule doesn't allow me to do sumo regularly. I can appreciate that, but I can also tell you that it doesn't matter if you can make it to every single practice. There's nothing wrong with picking a club if it's the guys that you want to be, the guys that you want to call your teammates. Nothing wrong with that. So we have Chris on the left and Colton on the right, both these guys out of our Toronto club. Going to have to get to know these guys better if they're going to be popping down to our Midwestern tournaments. These two guys looking to avoid joining their teammate Scott on the sidelines. Winner will move on, loser is eliminated. Good hit from Chris, but Colton hucks him down. Wow, that was awesome. Yeah, that was a match that at the beginning I could have sworn that was something that was going to go Chris's way, but yeah, Colton showed some excellent awareness, saw that Chris's balance was off to the side, and just allowed him to continue that way with some encouragement. That was real good. All right, next up is Randy versus Nate. Randy, the light heavyweight out of Iowa, and Nate, the heavyweight out of Grand Rapids. Another elimination matchup. So, loser here will be out of the openweight division. Winner will move on to face Colton. Okay, here we go. Ooh, Randy abandons his headfirst charge in favor of sideways movement. He's getting some good pushing and pulling on Nate, but Nate is staying steady. He's not overcommitting forwards. Oh, and just stays in it long enough to get Randy off balance. Ooh, looks like Nate's having some trouble with that ankle still. Looks like he's all right. Hope he has a chance to sit down for a few minutes there. Wata says, Nate has the best facial hair game in Beer City. You know what? I don't think I can disagree with that. That's a solid power stash he's got going on. All right, well, he's got a couple matches off before he faces Colton. And Randy is done until the teams event. Next up, it looks like that's Jake Book coming to the ring, so it will be Jake Book versus Josh Goodlow, two Ohio guys. Jake, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the most experienced guys, might be the most experienced guy in this tournament. He's been doing sumo for ages. Grew up in Iowa doing sumo as a fun hobby long before it was popular among the rest of us nerds. And then in the last few years, as sumo's picked up in the Midwest, he's been one of the leaders in helping us grow. Josh on the right. They're coming in. They get kind of a neutral position there. Jake staying wide and low. Josh keeping him contained. Oh, Jake goes for the throw, but oh shoot, looks like he might have had an elbow issue there. Shoot. Yeah, Jake was attempting a throw, but Josh was in too strong a position and was able to reverse it and take the win. Good move there from the middleweight, which means our last matchup in this particular round is going to be Sean versus TJ. Two more Ohio guys going at it in the lower bracket. Winner moves on to face Josh, and the loser will be eliminated. There you go. Sean on the left, TJ on the right. Mentioned it before, but Sean is a middleweight. He finally made it down to middleweight from light heavy. He had been working hard on that. Down at middleweight, that reach is a plus, but it didn't work out today. He got thrown around a little bit by some of the sturdier guys. TJ, one of the smaller heavyweights, definitely has a lot of power. Let's see what he can do to Sean here, and if Sean can take it. Coming kind of even. Sean's got the over grip like a lot of taller guys like. TJ's staying sturdy, though, even though he's getting pushed backwards. Sean's really putting all he can into that push, but TJ's able to get to the side. TJ's withstanding that grip and gets the Sekunage underarm throw. That was awesome. Yeah, he was biding his time, and even though Sean had that overarm grip locked in, TJ was able to use his power on the center of mass and toss Sean to the ground. Looks like an update from Kalen. It is an ankle. That is definitely better than for Nate. It looks like the ankle was what was bugging him. I would much rather have an ankle issue pop up than a concussion issue, so I'm glad that's what that was. So we have, I think we're moving back up to the upper bracket here. Here we go. Upper bracket, Brandon on the left out of Detroit, Rock City Sumo. Jake on the right out of Dayton, Ohio. Yeah, that's a good point. Wata in the chat mentioning that Sean could look into some Abi style, Ichi Yamamoto style sumo with with that long reach. Brandon too. Brandon's real lanky for his division. Brandon light heavy and Jake the heavy. There they go, locking up in the middle, fairly neutral, but Jake's got a better lift power there. Brandon tries for the spin. Jake's putting his weight on him. Brandon looks like he almost crumpled for a second, but he's able to keep Jake spinning until he goes down. Wow, heck of a win. Wow, that was awesome. That was a pretty good upset too, beating the second place guy from the division higher than you. Brandon has come super far in the 4-ish months he's been doing sumo. That's awesome. Our other upper bracket matchup here, we are going to have Jay versus Gabe. Heavyweight champ versus lightweight champ. Looks like Darius is saying Sean does like to train with that pushing thrusting, but he's trying to get more comfortable on the belt. Makes a lot of sense. Got to try and have as well-rounded of a game as you can. But Sean definitely had some good matches to learn from this time around. I'm really liking the intensity from Jay. When he goes down into Sonkyo to stare down his opponent, he is just a statue. There's a couple guys I know that talk about the Sonkyo position as something that they practice just to make sure that they have their balance right, they have their focus right. When they go down into that position, it is not just a rest, that is a business position. I think Jay definitely takes that philosophy to heart. But we have Jay on the left out of San Antonio, Gabe on the right out of Grand Rapids. Again, this is our heavyweight champ versus our lightweight champ. That's what open weight's all about. Oh, Jay goes high. Jay went high for pushing and was able to just take that grab. Looked almost like he grabbed him around like the neck and the shoulders and was able to use that just to, as Gabe pushed hard back, he was able to, Jay just flipped him down. So, that means that our upper bracket final is going to be Brandon versus Jay. We are going to go down, I believe, to a couple elimination matches first. We'll see who shows up there. But, yeah, so our two matchups in the lower bracket that still have to come. As you can see there, we've got Ohio guys, TJ and Josh. And the other side of that is going to be Nate versus Colton. Winner of this match is going to move on to face Gabe. The winner of the other matchup is going to move on to face Jake. Ooh, Josh goes a little high. TJ gets inside on him. TJ's got a better grip, but Josh is staying mobile and still fighting the hands. Josh is getting him moving backwards a little bit. That's pretty impressive. Goes for a little bit of some sneaky leg work there. TJ is staying sturdy. He's staying inside. Josh goes for a bit of a throw there. TJ takes it. Josh is able to get some forward momentum, but TJ stops him right away every time. Fighting for some inside grips. TJ is getting a good lean. Now they're kind of back to a neutral position in the middle of the ring. Little adjustments from both guys. TJ trying out dropping the hips. Gets Josh. Oh, that was tight. Got Josh over to the side. I think I agree with Micah there, but that one was tight. Spinning at the edge there. It was real quick whose toes were hitting. Yeah, I see in the comments. I totally agree with Kalen that it was I was definitely the back of my mind thinking Darius versus Jay would be a fun one to see. Well, looks like we're calling him back. Giving the win to Josh. Looks like we are. I think I missed something there. I thought Josh had the win initially, but I guess I was mistaken. So. Josh is moving on to face Gabe. Oh, we coming over here for replay. If so, I will need to mute, but let's see what we got. All right, looks like we are moving on. Giving Josh that win over TJ. TJ is eliminated from openweight. Josh moving on to face Gabe. Meaning our next matchup is going to be Nate versus Colton. Oh, I am mistaken. We are doing a rematch. Hey, that works for me. More sumo is always good. Yeah, that spinning grapple they were doing at the edge there, just enough to get the toes out, too close to call. All right, they come in fairly even again. Again, Josh is getting good drive forwards, but TJ can stop him whenever he wants, it looks like. Josh fighting with double overs, and TJ uses that for a sukuinage, similar to our prior matchup with TJ versus Sean. So, TJ is going to move on to face Gabe. Okay, we moving on to Nate versus Colton. Looks like we're just taking a minute here. So the winner of this matchup here, we've got Nate out of Grand Rapids on the left, Colton out of Toronto on the right. Winner of this is going to go on to face Jake Cullison out of Ohio. Tall order for either guy, but we are now down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 7 guys remain. After this matchup, it'll be 6. We've got Brandon versus Jay up in the upper bracket. Neither of those guys have lost at all. The other 5 guys that are still in it have taken 1 loss. So only Brandon and Jay have that 1 loss buffer available to them still. Okay, here comes Nate versus Colton. Big hit. Colton coming in real aggressive and is able to move Nate backwards, but Nate hangs on at the edge and brings him back to the middle. They grapple up, and Colton finishes him off. Ooh, looks like that hurt. Yeah, Colton was able to move Nate around when he needed to, and once he got to the edge there, just enough to finish him off. I'm going to go ahead and move our camera again, just while we're waiting to make sure he's all right. So, yeah, he went down over the edge. Hard to see what was going on there. He was dealing with some ankle issues earlier. Hopefully it's nothing new, but yeah, it looked like he went down pretty hard on the side. Here we go. He was able to get up enough to just bow and exit the ring under his own power there. Let's hope Nate is doing all right. His open weight division is over, though, so that will give him a chance to rest. All right, so that is going to mean Colton moves on to face Jake. So let's see if we do those elimination matchups next or if we do the upper bracket next. So we've got 3 matchups for our 6 guys that remain. As mentioned, Brandon versus Jay. Those guys are undefeated. They are in the upper bracket. In the lower bracket, the guys that have taken a loss already, we have Gabe versus TJ, and we have Jake versus Colton. The winner of those 2 matches in the losers division will move on to face each other. Looks like we've got Brandon versus Jay. So we're doing our upper bracket finals first. So the winner of this is going to move on to the gold medal match. The loser is still absolutely still in it. The loser of this will only have to win one more match to get back up into the gold medal match. I believe mathematically the loser of this matchup is still guaranteed the podium, but the winner of the matchup is going to move on by burning through the upper division or the upper bracket and going straight to the finals that way is the best position to be in, because it means that you still have that one loss buffer that you can take. So let's see who moves on to the medal match and who goes down to the lower bracket. Ooh. That was a little iffy there. Almost ready, but not feeling it. So we're starting our process over. Let's see if Jay's Tachi Eye can take Brandon out. Ooh, did a good job. Yep, sure can. Sure can. Brandon, I got to say that was brave, but did not pay off. I was standing in front of a freight train to see if you can be stronger than it. It's a tall order. He certainly did better than some, but I imagine if those two rematch, he will probably have a different strategy. So Brandon is going to move down into the bronze medal match, and to determine who he will face, we've got a couple more elimination matches coming up. We still have those same 6 guys that are still in it. However, Jay is the only guy with the 1 loss buffer still available to him. Jay will have to be beaten twice to be eliminated. Everybody else is on their last chance. So first up is Jake versus Colton. Jake took silver, losing only to Jay in heavyweight. And Colton just missed out on the podium at light heavyweight. So Jake, let's see, who did beat Jake? Jake lost to Brandon earlier in the bracket, and that's why he is down here in the lower bracket. But if Jay and Brandon are the only guys that have beaten you on the day, that's still pretty solid. So he's definitely the favorite here, but Colton has surprised. He's made a great run through the lower bracket here to stay in it. Big hit from Jay, but Colton absorbs it. Jay's still moving forwards, or Jake is still moving forwards, but Colton is resisting, and he's going high with the thrusts. Jake gets inside. Colton almost gets that toss. Jake is really, really wrangling him, but Colton is staying ferocious. Jake gets the Uwatenage. There you go. That has definitely been one of his favored moves today, and he was able to finish Colton off with it. Yeah, that was awesome. Jake, even though guys sometimes get under him, Jake has been pretty consistent with getting that deep overhand grip and turning that into Uwatenages today. Next up, we have another elimination matchup. We have Gabe on the left versus TJ on the right. Winner moves on to face Jake in the finals of the losers bracket here. So again, Gabe there on the left. He is our tournament organizer. He and Micah, our Gyoji, are the two main guys making stuff happen in Grand Rapids. And even with all that on his plate, Gabe was able to take the lightweight title. Now he's going up against a heavyweight. He's already done pretty good so far against bigger guys than him. Let's see what he's got for TJ. Whoa, that was quick. Had a bit of a skip there, and then the guys are standing at distance, turning this into more of a collegiate wrestling match for a second there. They get inside, TJ with the thrusting. Gabe's defense is good, and he gets inside. TJ with just that power is wrenching Gabe around, but Gabe is excellent footwork, keeping him in the ring. Now he's pushing TJ back. Now they're back to the middle and a closer to neutral position. Wow, Gabe is just so fast. TJ is having a lot of trouble corralling him. Gabe's getting inside. TJ's real good at resisting that push, and he's thinking about a pulling technique. But Gabe stays on him, stays inside. Oh, and TJ dumps him off to the side. That was a heck of a match. I think Gabe just might be exhausted after that. That was yeah, I think he ran about a half a mile in that sumo match. I've never seen something like that. So that does mean that TJ is better give that man a breather because he's got to go back to back here. TJ right away has to turn around and face his teammate Jake Cullison to see who moves on to face Brandon in the bronze medal match. Yeah, that was something. That is definitely a highlight reel match for both of those guys. Reminded me of was it Hakuho versus Takakeisho maybe? There was or Tobizaru. There's a couple times that's happened where guys have like separated and like had that pause for a minute while they're thinking about what to do as opposed to just going all out foot on the gas. That certainly happens more in amateur sumo than it does in pro sumo, but that was that was really something. That one was so much fun. Like I said, though, our next matchup, we are going to have TJ jump right back in, so we're giving him a minute to breathe. His opponent is going to be heavyweight silver medalist Jake Cullison. Letting TJ breathe. Yep, that's what I assumed, and he absolutely earned a breather, didn't he? But yeah, so we are down to 4 guys. The winner of this upcoming match between TJ and Jake, the winner is going to move on to face Brandon, and that's the bronze medal match. The loser will be eliminated in 4th place, just missing out on the podium. So 2 heavyweights from Ohio. These guys train together all the time, but this is probably the highest stakes match that they've had against each other. Oh, there goes Jake. He's just too dang nice. He's gotta chat, gotta have a little bit of fun in the ring. And yes, thank you, Wata. That is exactly the match I was thinking of. Okay, here we go. Winner moves on to the podium in open weight. Loser is done in 4th place. Big hit from Jake, and he moves straight forwards, but TJ slaps him aside. Slick maneuver from TJ there. That was awesome. He absorbed Jake's hit just enough that he got Jake overcommitting and then stepped aside at the Tawara. That was awesome. TJ moves on to the bronze medal match against Brandon. So that means that we are down to 3 guys. Jake got 4th place there. We have Brandon versus TJ. TJ doing his 3rd match in a row now. If he wins, he'll potentially have a 4th match. Right, all in one run. But it will be TJ versus Brandon. The winner moves on to the gold medal match. The loser will be the bronze medalist, the 3rd place finisher in open weight. So out of 17, we are now down to 3. The winner of Brandon versus TJ is awaited in the upper bracket in the gold medal match by Jay out of San Antonio. Okay, our judge is getting back in the ring here, so I'm thinking that must mean that TJ is almost ready. Brandon Radzinski out of Rock City Sumo in Detroit on the left. TJ Moore out of Ohio Sumo Dayton on the right. Once again, the winner moves on to the gold medal match. The loser will be our third place finisher. Both these guys have taken one loss so far today. So the loser will be eliminated in third. The winner is guaranteed at least a silver. All right, Brandon coming in hot. TJ gets inside and lower. Brandon goes around to the sides, keeps moving. A lot of pushing there. Brandon's able to get inside. TJ got inside, but Brandon gets the overhooks. No, great defense at the edge. He manages to stay in, and they tie up again in the middle. TJ on the inside once again. Brandon using those overhooks to try and get TJ moving. Settle down into a position here where, there you go. TJ trying for a slap down. Uses it to move Brandon around to the sides, but it's not happening. TJ's belt is coming off. These guys, they're leaving it all in the ring. There's so little left in the tank, and TJ goes out backwards. Oh, man. Yeah, me too, TJ. I am out of breath from watching that. Oh, that was awesome. Oh, TJ's belt was on its way out, too. He's going traditional, so I'm glad it didn't get any further than that. So there you have it. TJ Moore out of Ohio Sumo is your bronze medalist. Yeah, he had that inside grip a couple times, but Brandon is just clearly very strong, clamping down on those overhooks. Brandon didn't have the height advantage to make use of those overhooks the way like Teruno Fuji does a lot. He was able to use that to maintain position and eventually tire TJ enough to push him out. So that means, Wata, you beat me to it. So Brandon wins, meaning he's moving on to the gold medal match against Jay, who's already beaten him once. Jay versus Brandon will be our finals. However, Jay has not lost yet in the double elimination bracket here, which means that he'll have to lose twice to be eliminated. Brandon has already lost once, so this is potentially 2 matches. If Jay wins, he will win the gold outright because Brandon will have taken his second loss and will be eliminated. However, if Brandon takes the win over Jay, if he gets his revenge, that means that both guys will be sitting at 1 loss. So they will have to take a breather and do it again immediately. That is one of the toughest aspects to this double elimination. When you get down to the end, Jay's already had a chance to break, but Brandon is coming in hot off of. He's already had a match just a minute ago, so that the reward that Jay got for winning the upper bracket for going undefeated so far, that reward is that he keeps that 1-loss buffer, and he got the longer break than Brandon did. So by winning that first match, he really was able to cling on to those advantages that will help him in the finals here. For Brandon to take the win off of Jay to take that gold medal, he'll have to beat him on a shorter break against a guy he's already lost to, and then has to do it again right away. So yeah, this is I see it in the chat where everybody's putting their energy into the Henka basket. I don't know. It would be. I don't know. The mind games have got to be crazy at this point. If Jay is expecting a Henka, and Brandon still goes for it, Brandon will be in an awful position, and Jay will be able to use his power to push him out. However, if Jay is not expecting the Henka, yeah, he's got to be, right. I see you guys mentioning it there. He's got to be expecting. But if there's a couple ways where this could be just a done deal. If Jay goes in hard, he already knows that going in hard has beaten Brandon once. But if he goes in hard and whiffs and Brandon's just not there, yeah, he could very easily be embedded in the far wall before he even has a chance to blink. I see Caleb in the chat saying that Jay usually doesn't fall to the Henka. This is the moment though. This is I hope he's expecting it, But at the same time, if he is expecting it and he goes in soft, but Brandon goes in hard, that's a matchup we haven't seen. So there's there's a very violent game of rock paper scissors coming up. And yes, that's Fleric from GSB in the chat saying double Henka. Now we're talking. Now we're getting game theory here. That's what I want to see. Yeah, a double Henka in the finals of open weight, that'd be nuts. And yeah, Wata calling it out. If Jay is doing a reserve Tachiai, but Brandon still comes in hot, you're right. Jay still absolutely has a path to victory there. That's it's hey, I don't know. I'm super excited to see what the cards are kind of in. It's kind of Brandon's turn effectively. Like right, like the play is his to make the decision of what he's gonna do, how he's gonna do that Tachiai. So yeah, if it ends up in a situation where Jay is going hard and Brandon's not there in front of him, that seems like Brandon will have the advantage. But almost all the other versions of this, Jay has probably got to be the favorite. Hakioi, here we go. Oh, and they go in hard, and Jay wins how he won the first one, taking the gold medal in open weight. Yep, Brandon played the. Yeah, I see the comment there. Lewis saying, "When in doubt, go hard. Brandon will win or die with his spurs on." 100%. Excellent. Absolutely nailed that one. That is exactly what happened. And spurs on or not, he definitely did get blasted out. So that means that Jay is going to take the open weight gold in addition to his heavyweight gold, taking home the dual first place back home to Texas. Kind of came up here to put the Midwesterners in our place, and he certainly did all right with that. Man, that was a heck of a tournament, and Jay did not leave any doubt in that heavyweight. He took one loss, or excuse me, he did not leave any doubt in open weight. He took one loss in heavyweight, and that I imagine that probably spurred him on to try leaving everything he possibly could in the ring for open weight. And yeah, that was a heck of a showing. Coming off his debut tournament like less than a month ago, and then coming up north to face off against these other experienced guys and taking dual golds, just super impressive. That's a hell of a showing. So I'm gonna take a moment here. After I go through our results real quick, I'm gonna take a moment to get in touch with our guys on site and see what the plan is. But it sounds like we are doing a team event next, so I will get you guys an update as soon as I can. But to recap open weight real quick, in third place out of Ohio Sumo, we had TJ Moore. Second place out of Detroit, Rock City Sumo, we had Brandon Rudzinski. And your dual champ in heavyweight and open weight, Jay out of Mighty Eagle in San Antonio. Alrighty, guys, I'll talk to you in a minute here. All right, guys, I'm back. We are still working on getting the teams bracket set up, but I figured I would at least share who we got for the teams. So it sounds like this year we are doing it as a bit more random. So they're drawing names out of a hat to decide the teams. Looks like they also made sure that they did not have two guys in the same weight class. That's a smart move. These teams, in no particular order, we have Jake Book and Jay out of San Antonio. Then we have Louie and Chris. Louie was one of the Grand Rapids guys, Chris from Canada. Then we have Gabe of Grand Rapids along with Hunter of Ohio. Sean of Ohio teaming with Brandon of Detroit. Let's see, Josh and Corey out of Ohio are a team. Then we got Scott of Canada and Jake. I assume that is Jake Cullison. Then Colton of Canada along with Corbin of Iowa. And TJ of Ohio along with Randy of Iowa. So I will keep you guys updated as matches start, but I think we are still a little few minutes away from that. But the teams at the very least have been finalized. Let's see in the comments. Oh, hey, Sumo Punks. Glad you guys could join us. We do just have the team event, but it's looking like... Oop, I'm getting a call here with an update. I'll be right back. Okay, that is the go-ahead. We are just about to get started. So, I will be learning a little bit along with you guys on how we're doing it, but we are going to, we do have our, oops, I want to get rid of that, boom. So, we have our 8 teams of 2 guys, and it does sound like we're planning to do it as a double elimination. So, I read off the teams. I'll read them off again as we go. But we are doing a bit of a mixed rule set here. We will. I don't want to say for sure and get it wrong here, so we will play it by ear. But each of the guys will face off at least once per matchup here. So if I got 2 guys on my team, 2 guys on your team, one of the guys on my team will face one of the guys on your team, and then the second guy of each of the 2 teams faces off. Okay. Looks like our Gyoji Micah is getting ready to go there. And we will call up our first match when we can. Micah stepping in there all snazzy-like with his bow tie. Is that his, Kalen, is that his GoPro camera on his chest? Is he getting up-close Gyoji cam? That would be pretty slick. I know they've done that before in practices. Okay, so first matchup is Hunter versus Corey. So Hunter's teammate is Gabe, and Corey's teammate is Josh. I'm going to be writing these down as we go, because this is they're doing the bracket by hand on this one, just because this is a little bit more complicated, and didn't have the time to update everything on Challenge. But I will be keeping everybody posted as much as I can here. Hunter comes in nice and low, wraps up Corey, brings him to the edge, but Corey's got good defense. Hunter gets the underarm swing. So if that was Hunter versus Corey, next up we should have Gabe versus Josh. There they go. Getting everybody nice and rapid fire here as we go through our team event. Gabe won the lightweight division. Managed to organize and win at his tournament, so congrats there. I know that's been a heavy load on him for sure. Josh on the right competed at middleweight. He's out of Ohio. All right, they come in. Gabe gets on the inside and is moving Josh back, but oh, nice leg work from both of those guys. And looks like Gabe takes the win. So that means Team Hunter and Gabe take a win. Team Corey and Josh are at 0-1. All right, let's see who we got next. Looks like Mike is practicing his lefts and rights there. Don't want to mess that up. All right, that means Scott versus Louie. So, Scott is on a team with Jake. I believe that is Jake Cullison. Louie is on a team with Chris out of Toronto. We got something we got to talk about. All good? All good. Okay. So on the left there, Scott competed in the light heavyweight division along with his two teammates from Toronto. Louis on the right, making his debut tournament here. He is out of Grand Rapids. You can see the towering form in the back there of our Chicago Giant. All right, they come in. Scott gets a big hit. He gets the overarm clamp down, and he's working Louis backwards. Working him to the edge, but good edge defense there. Oh, until it's not. So, yeah, Scott takes the win. And Louis falls. And, yes, so we're doing best of 3. What that's going to mean here is that if your team, if your two guys win the first 2 matches, you're done. You win. You won that matchup. However, if, for example, so Scott won, that means that if Chris takes this win, the teams would be 1-1. And then in that third match, what we've traditionally seen is you get to pick. You do one more match between the teams, but your team gets to pick which guy you send back out there. So there's some strategy involved there. So on the left, we have Jake Cullison, took second in heavy. Chris out of Toronto on the right took second in light heavy. If Jake wins, that means his team wins this matchup. If Chris wins, they'll have one more match. Ooh, kind of tentative there, but Jake gets a good grip and works Chris backwards. Oh, and off the ground. There you go. Yeah, his foot went out at the edge there before they went down. So that's a clear win for Jake, meaning Team Scott and Jake take a win and advance. So we got 4 more teams coming up. 2 more matches in our opening round. Yeah, so Sumo Punks, the situation, they did do a clay dohyo again, but this year it just didn't work out to, the surface was not a safe surface to wrestle on full speed. There just wasn't any way to work with the material we were given to get it smooth enough. There were too many rocks, it was too sharp, it was too uneven, just nothing we could do about it. So there's clay underneath. got some pictures, got some demos, everybody got a feel for it. Kind of cool experience. But when it came down to actual matches, the safest option was to put down pads and a regular canvas dohyo on top. So we have Sean from Ohio, middleweight, against Randy of Iowa, light heavyweight. Sean's teammate is Brandon, and Randy's teammate is TJ. So we're going to have an open weight rematch from the bronze medal match coming up after this. But first, Sean versus Randy. Randy comes in hard, head down like he likes to do, but Sean gets a good over grip. Randy's staying inside, staying mobile. Sean's not moving his feet too much, but he's still able to corral Randy. Oh, and then Randy takes him down. Randy was able to just use that extra weight that Sean had got rid of when he moved down divisions. Randy was able to take the win. So, team Randy and TJ go up 1 win. In the open weight bronze medal match, though, Brandon took a win over TJ. So if he can do that, we'll go to a tiebreaker. If TJ can take the win, that means he and Randy will take the win and advance through this match. Am I doing a good job explaining the teams here? Is this making sense enough to people to follow along? I feel like I'm doing a poor job there. Either way. Brandon versus TJ. Ooh, TJ goes to the side a little bit. Brandon goes for the high pushes. They're both going high pushes. And then TJ gets the slap down when Brandon overcommits forwards. There you go. There's a bit of revenge for TJ. All right, so that means that Team Randy and TJ will advance. Team Sean and Brandon take a loss. That means our last 2 teams, we have Jake Book and Jay, and Colton and Corbin. So my other Iowa teammate coming up here. But let's see, which guys did they put as their first guys? So this will be the last matchup of the first round. I believe we're doing a double elimination bracket, so you will see these guys again. But this will be the we'll have our teams move on. The 4 teams that won their opening matchup will be moving on, but we will also be doing some elimination matchups between the guys, the teams that have already taken losses. So I think I saw Jake and Jay over there on the right side. We got Corbin out of Iowa on the left, Jake out of Ohio on the right. Although I suppose technically Jake is also out of Iowa, one of the OG Iowan sumo guys. He has helped our club quite a bit, bringing the way he phrases it. He's bringing sumo back to God's country, back to back to Nowheresville, Iowa, where he used to do sumo. Oh, they come in. Corbin gets around him, but Jake is staying inside and low, and Corbin escorts him out. Hey, there you go. That is Corbin's first win of the day. Attaboy. In case it hasn't been obvious over the course of today, I am not trying too hard to be an impartial commentator. It's I imagine it's different for guys that are commentating on sports that they are, if they're being professionals and they're guys that they know from scouting them and seeing that whatever. But these are when you're commentating on a sport that's like all your buddies, of course you gotta be excited for your buddies, right? So for every win that Corbin and Randy get, I am not going to pretend to be impartial here. Anyways, we have Colton out of Toronto on the left and Jay out of San Antonio on the right. Jay has only taken 1 loss all day long, and it was to Eric in the heavyweight division. And Colton did better in open weight than he did in his own division. So let's see what he's got for Jay. Jay comes in hot as usual, goes for the strong pushing, and down goes Colton. So Jay ties it up for his team, meaning there's going to have to be a third match. So either Corbin or Colton will have to step in one more time against either Jake or Jay. All right, looks like they've selected Colton versus Jake Book. Here we go. Jake getting psyched up. Looking to avenge that earlier loss. Goes in. Oh, Colton coming in, doing his best Jay impression and freight training Jake right out. Okay, so that means Team Corbin and Colton will advance. Team Jay and Jake are taking a step back. All right, so again, we're doing this bracket manually, so I am just kind of commentating by the seat of my pants here. I don't know which matchup is coming up, but we have 4 teams that have moved on to the winner's bracket and 4 teams that have moved on to the lower bracket. So it'll be a matchup between one of those. I will keep you posted on any elimination matchups so that you know who is who's potentially in their last match of the day. Okay, so that is Josh, meaning we got team Josh and Corey. And there's Chris, so team Chris and Louie will be on the right. Josh and Chris means Louie and Corey. Okay. All right. Josh on the left, Chris on the right. Ohio versus Canada. Ooh, a little bit of a rough start for Josh. Doesn't look like he was ever able to get his feet under him. Jake, as far as I understand it, we're doing a double elimination. We're doing a double elimination team event, meaning that for each matchup from team to team, you get 2 match losses. So even if an individual wrestler might end up with more than 2 losses, it's all about the team. So if Louie takes the win here, Team Chris and Louie would be eliminating Team Josh and Corey. All right, here we go. Kind of tentative start. Louie gets the inside position and is moving Corey backwards, but Corey regains footing. Corey gets to the edge and goes down. Louie takes the win. Okay, so with Louie winning, that means that Chris and Louie are moving on. Josh and Corey are eliminated. That means that our other lower bracket matchup is coming on. We got Jake Book and Jay versus Sean and Brandon, I believe. Yep, there we go. Got Jake and Jay moving over to the right. Jay's walking a little gingerly. I hope he's all right. All right, there you go. There's Brandon, and there's Jay. We saw this matchup 2 times at openweight. Jay was able to freight train his way to 2 wins. Let's see if Brandon can get his revenge and keep his team from being eliminated. Here we go. Brandon is absolutely ready to go. Comes in hot again. Oh, he did so much better that time. There you go. Brandon evening up the score just a little bit. 1 win for Brandon, 2 wins for Jay on the day. But Brandon takes it here to stave off elimination in the teams event. So next up, we're going to have Sean Mormon out of Ohio versus Jake Book out of Ohio. If Sean wins, he and Brandon will move on, and Jay and Jake will be eliminated. If Jake wins, they will have to do a best-of-3 rematch, where they will select the wrestler they want to step in. Here we go. All right, they come in fairly even. Jake staying inside and low. Sean making sure to get those long arms to use. Grab something trying to keep Jake at further reach. Jake struggling to maintain that belt grip, struggling to stay inside. Sean getting the movement, but Jake is trying to throw. Nothing happening there. Sean is just staying sturdy and trying to methodically work Jake backwards. Gets him to the Tawara. Jake attempts that throw again. And he gets it that time. Man, he had to really battle for that one. Holy cow. Oop, looks like a little bit of decision making there. Okay, so yes, we do award that to Jake. Oop, they might be coming in for a replay. If so, I will need a moment. All right, have the guys come on back in, announce their decision. I think that's what they're wanting, what Mike is asking for. Sean and Jay. Yep, okay, there we go. So yes, we are moving on to the third. Since they went 1-1, the teams went. Each team got a win. We're going to a third match. So that means Sean versus Jay. Winner of this match keeps their team in it. The loser of this match, their team will be eliminated. And yes, in the comments there, I see Jake mentioning still a mono-e for those knees. Yeah, I think Jake Book got the throw, but yeah, his knees did go down, but must have been clear enough. Here we go, Sean versus Jay. Jay's not having it. A couple times today, Jay has gotten in the zone, but not. Energy hasn't been right. He needs a minute to regather himself. I don't blame him. This is potentially the last match of the day. If he loses, he's done for the day. Got to make sure that your focus is 100%. Okay, here we go. Middleweight versus heavyweight. Whoa, Jay comes in full speed and annihilates Sean. Oh, man. Oh, it's a good effort there, Sean, but yeah, that one wasn't going to happen. Okay, so that means that team Sean and Brandon are done for now. They've been eliminated and are moving on. I feel like that one is one where if this was a cartoon, there would be a Sean-shaped hole in the wall, like, perfect outline with his arms up or whatever, just straight backwards, nothing fancy, just all the way through. Ring maintenance break. Honestly, I am pleasantly surprised we've been doing so good with our setup that we haven't needed to do maintenance breaks here. But yeah, it looks like we got to get under there and make sure that we've got our mats all hooked up. Not an uncommon thing to happen in amateur sumo. We just got to make sure that one of the many pitfalls of doing something that you love so much that you'll do it for free is that yeah, we're all kind of broke when it comes to sumo. This is an excellent setup for what we were given, but it's different than like if amateur sumo was something that was on like ESPN. We would have like dozens of stage hands or roadies or whatever you'd want to call them, people ready to like jump in and fix up the dohyo and like have a $10,000 setup that like is perfectly in place and all that and never needs anybody to work on it during the middle of the tournament. But this is what we love sumo so much that even when we're kind of working, we're doing stuff on the fly like this. Yeah, it's what we got to do, and it's just a part of the job here. Part of the joy of going to tournaments is doing whatever you have to do to make the tournament actually happen. I'm sure we all have experiences with that. And honestly, this setup has held up so well. That being our first real maintenance effort of the day, I am very impressed with how this thing has held up. Even at nationals, like our national dohyo, like the supposedly the biggest tournament of the year. There were so many things that went really well because we had some really good organizers on that event. But one of the things that was difficult was the mats that were underneath the dohyo they slid apart. So like 4 or 5 times over the course of the day at nationals, we had to pull up the whole thing, push the mats back together, retape stuff, put the dohyo back down, and tape it down. And yeah, it was like a 10-minute break every 2 hours or so, and it was like I said, there's always something that requires a little extra work at a tournament that you don't always expect. And for this one, we were able to get through the hurdle of the clay dohyo not being as smooth as we needed it to be. And somehow our backup plan has been excellent. This has done such a good job today. It does look like Micah is giving us the thumbs up there. We got Scott and Jake moving over to the right. So it looks like we are moving to the upper brackets. Let's see what team they will be facing. Okay, so we got Gabe versus Jake. Gabe and Hunter are a team. They've already won. One matchup. And then on the right, we are going to have Jake along with Scott out of Canada. Both teams have already gotten one win so far. All right, number 1 lightweight versus number 2 heavyweight on the day. Gabe's got the experience advantage. Jake's got the size advantage. In they go. Man, Gabe came off the line hot, but Jake is just too big. Gabe's getting some good pushing. He's got a good grip. Got that Otsuke going on there, then decides to go for the belt. He's inside. He's got a good grip on Jake, but yeah, that's a lot of guy to move around. He's getting some pushback. Jake is working towards the edge. Oh, wow! And then Gabe manages to get a big throw at the last second. Man, that is that experience advantage I was talking about coming into play, and his hair is so much longer than I thought it was. I don't think I've ever seen Gabe's hair down. That's funny. That's about how long my hair is when I don't tie it up. But yeah, he's definitely Gabe is definitely a lot better than I am at tying his hair up for sumo, because mine gets undone like in 2 seconds. All right, so Hunter on the left out of Ohio, Scott on the right out of Toronto. If Hunter wins, that means that he and Gabe win this matchup, and we'll move on to the upper bracket here. If Scott wins, they will have another matchup, but neither team will be eliminated in this matchup here. Ooh, Scott goes off to the side, but Hunter's not buying it. Hunter's staying inside, getting lower. Scott's trying to push him down, but not working out. Hunter goes for the throw, and it's enough to get Scott out of the ring. Gabe and Hunter advance. Jake Cullison and Scott move to the lower bracket. So that means in the upper bracket, we are going to have Randy and TJ versus Colton and Corbin. And I'm secretly hoping that I get my Iowan guys against each other to see how they do. That'd be pretty cool for Corbin and Randy to face off. Okay, Colton and Corbin moving over to the right side. Means we should have Randy and TJ on the left. All right, Mike is calling him in. Yeah, there we go. All right, we got east side of the state versus west side of the state. They're even on the proper. They're on the proper sides of the dojo for it. Randy's out of the Quad Cities, Corbin out of the Omaha area. Iowa Sumo versus Iowa Sumo. Ooh, don't freeze on me now, stream. Oh, here we go. Randy gets lower. Corbin's absorbing it until Randy's getting the drive. Randy got the push, but he also stepped out. Let's see how Micah rules that one. Micah's ruling it for Randy. There you go. Randy takes match 1. Randy and TJ move into the advantageous position over Corbin and Colton. There you go. So we got TJ out of Ohio on the left, our open weight bronze medalist. And then Colton out of Toronto on the right. Okay, here we go. If TJ wins, that means his team wins the matchup. TJ comes in hot. He gets some pushing on Brandon, Colton. Colton is absorbing well. Moving forwards, I think Colton got it. I think he came back, and I think he slammed TJ down before he hit. Looks like Micah agrees. All right, so that means they went 1-1. So Randy beat Corbin. However, TJ lost to Colton. So that means we're going to have a third matchup. Let's see who they send back into the ring. Come on, make it Randy and Corbin again. Ah, TJ versus Corbin. All right. I'll have to live with that for now. Okay, here we go. TJ versus Corbin. 2 heavyweights. When TJ came out to train with us in Ohio, in Iowa, he threw us all around like sacks of potatoes. I'm obviously rooting for Corbin to get some revenge here, but let's see what happens. Ooh, TJ comes off hot off the line. Corbin does get a little bit of a drive there. He's got a good grip. TJ's definitely in the better position here, though. Corbin's really pushing. He's really committing forwards, goes for the pummel, and TJ spots his opening and goes for that headlock. Nicely done. So that means that Randy and TJ will be advancing. They will face Gabe and Hunter up next in the winner's bracket. Colton and Corbin will move down to the loser's bracket here. So the 4 teams in the lower bracket that have not been eliminated, we got Scott and Jake. We've got Louie and Chris, Colton and Corbin, and Jay and Jake Book. So between those 4 teams, we're going to have a couple elimination matchups to see who can stick around in it. And then in the upper bracket, Hunter and Gabe and Randy and TJ. Those 2 teams are remaining undefeated. So based on the order that they're going, Jay has... Oh, nope, I guess they have been changing up their orders. So I can't even make that prediction. Looks like Louie here versus Jake Book. Means that Chris versus Jay will be coming up after this. Hot off the line comes Jake. Louis steps to the side, then gets in. Jake gets inside, almost gets him out. Oh, that's a tight one. We'll see what Micah says. Jake had the push, but he did go down face first. Looks like Micah is, there you go. Micah is awarding the win to Jake, saying that he was able to get Louis out before Jake went down. But Micah's coming over here to chat. We'll give him a minute to figure out what we're doing. Louis looks like he feels like he won. Okay, looks like we had a chat, and we're going to see what Mike has got for us. After review, goes to Jake. For what it's worth, I took a look on the replay. It looks like they nailed that. Jake was very much on his way down, but Louis' foot is on the other side of the Tawara for a split second before Jake goes down. Chris out of Toronto on the left. Jay out of San Antonio on the right. If Jay wins, that means he and Jake will advance, eliminating Louis and Chris. Jay taking his time again. Ooh, comes in high. That's what it took. Yeah, Jay's thrusts were real high. That was able to get Chris standing straight up, which, as we all know, is a awful position if you're trying to resist pushes. So, with that win, that means that Jay advance. Louis and Chris are eliminated. Okay, in the lower bracket, that means that Scott and Jake Cullison and Corbin and Colton will be our other matchup. Corbin and Colton, there they are, moving over to our right, the west side. So we will have Scott and Jake Cullison on the left. See who they send in first. Kind of want to go back and watch that replay of Jake and Gabe. That was one of my favorite matches today for sure. All right, Jake and Colton. Meaning next up is going to be Scott versus Corbin. Okay, here we go. Ohio versus Canada. Boom, big hit. Oh, Jake takes the better of it. They both went down. I saw Jake's hand go down, but that definitely would be one of those, yeah, there you go. The rule where you can catch yourself if you're clearly in control and falling on top of your opponent. That's, I feel like that's exactly the situation where that, even if Jake's hand was ruled to have gone down first, definitely a situation where he still gets that win. Okay, so that means that on the left is Scott out of Toronto. On the right, Corbin out of Iowa. If Scott wins, that means that Corbin and Colton are eliminated. If Corbin wins, we will go to a third match. All right, here we go. Ooh, they come in. Corbin's high. Scott gets on the inside, but Corbin is big enough that he was able to resist, and he's hanging on for dear life. Scott's doing all the offense here, but Corbin's defense is holding up well. He's pushing. Oh, and Scott is able to twist him down. There you go. Nice maneuver there. Scott and Jake moving on. Corbin and Colton, their day is done. Excellent showing, though. Like I mentioned before, I'm super, super proud of the guys going out there from Iowa and super excited to see what lessons they bring back for us. Okay, so I think, based on where we're at in the bracket, we might be moving on to the upper bracket final to see who moves on to the gold medal match. That is what we're doing. So that'll be Hunter and Gabe are going to be on the left, and then Randy and TJ will be on the right. Okay, so this is a Ohio versus Iowa. Also got to give Hunter a shout out. Not sure if I mentioned it before. He's another one of the guys that has come out to Iowa to help us out, help get our club started. It's been instrumental for us. They both come in low, heads down. Randy's kind of on the inside, and he gets a double under grip, but Hunter still got that belt. He's still working. And they go out. I think Hunter took it. I think he was able to swing Randy just enough to get Randy to step out. Oh, there you go. Enthusiastic hand shot from Hunter. Yeah, well done. That was an awesome one. So that means that we are following up with Gabe versus TJ. Gabe's last match was that huge throw on Jake that I already gushed over a little bit. But yeah, so this is the upper bracket, meaning nobody will be eliminated here. But if Gabe wins, that means that he and Hunter will advance. Randy and TJ will move to the lower bracket. Okay, here we go. Gabe of Grand Rapids, TJ of Ohio. Ooh, they both come in high. TJ's going for that Tsupari action, gives some ground, and is able to let Gabe's momentum carry him through. All right, that means that our teams are at 1-1. Hunter beat Randy, and then TJ beat Gabe. So Hunter and Gabe got a win. Randy and TJ got a win. Let's see who they send in for our third deciding match here. We got Hunter. And we got TJ. All right. TJ, just like open weight, pulling back-to-backs. No big deal. He came here for Sumo. He is not interested in taking any matches off. Okay, Hunter low, TJ high, going for some slapdown action. Now some thrusting action. TJ is really trying to keep the distance here, and it's bugging Hunter. Hunter does get inside, though. TJ on top with a headlock there. Not enough. Hunter got that low position, and he was able to finish TJ off. Okay, Hunter and Gabe are moving on to the finals. Randy and TJ moving down to the lower bracket. If my bracketology math is right, I think we're going to have Jake Cullison and Scott against Jake Book and Jay. Winner of that, I think, is supposed to move on to face Randy and TJ. But we are down to 4 teams remaining. Hunter and Gabe wait in the gold medal match to see who shakes out of the lower bracket. But Jay and Jake Book, Scott and Jake Cullison, that should be our next matchup, and the winner will move on to face Randy and TJ. We got Jay on the left, and we got, who's it going to be, Scott or Jake? Definitely some strategy in picking who you got, picking based on who the other team selected. There we go. All right, they are sending in Scott, meaning we will have Jake Book versus Jake Cullison following this one up. All right, here we go. We got our double champion, Jay, heavyweight and openweight gold medalist. And we got our light heavyweight guest from Canada, Scott. Let's see who takes it. The losing team of this matchup will be eliminated, but that will be decided after this match. Boom. Jay comes off a little too hot. I get it. He's eager. In amateur sumo, you do have to wait for the ref. For the ref to say hakioi before you're allowed to go. Once all 4 fists are down, the ref says hakioi basically immediately, but you still have to wait. And if he doesn't say it and you're already gone, then that's a false start, and we got to start over. All right, take 2. Jay comes in a little softer and allows that. Scott was definitely expecting the big charge, giving Jay the opening to just let Scott right past him and down to the ground. Okay, Jake Book on the left, Jake Cullison on the right. If little Jake wins, that eliminates Scott and Big Jake. If Big Jake wins, the teams will be 1-1, and they'll need another match. All right, Jake Book ready to go. Jake Cullison taking his time. Off they go. Jake goes for the steamroller, and it is successful. Jake Book went for that Ura-style tachi-ai that I called out earlier, with just a little bit of a hitch to get his opponent thinking, and then diving in underneath. But yeah, Jake Cullison was not having it. So let's see who these guys send in for their third matchup. This third matchup, being that this is an elimination one, it will come down to just this specific sumo match. One of the teams will be done for the day. So Jay on the left, Jake Cullison on the right. When they faced off in heavyweight, Jay was the one who got the better of it. Let's see if Jake can get his revenge. Both these guys like to take their time to get psyched up, get in the zone. I don't blame them. Whoever loses this match is done for the day. Boom, big hit. Jake stays inside, but Jay, just like last time, uses that big hit to make an opening. Swings Jake down, stays in it, and eliminates Scott and Jake Cullison from the tournament. There we go. Meaning, they will probably need a breather, but they will be moving on to the bronze medal match, where Jake Book and Jay will be taking on Randy and TJ. I say that's the bronze medal match because the loser of that match will get the bronze medal. The winner will move on to the finals to face Hunter and Gabe for the title. Looks like we got an update in the chat from Kalen. Tori dislocated his knee, so not fantastic, but not the worst news. I think that's a good way to phrase it. Definitely not fantastic. The way that he was down for a while and the trouble he was having moving, it definitely looked pretty rough. So at the very least, it's good to know a diagnosis, and let's hope for the best. I'm glad he's doing. I'm glad he was up and at him. I'm glad it wasn't something that something that required more attention than getting him to the doctor. Always scary to have those big injuries at sumo events. Looks like we have had our breather here, and Judge Micah is calling our wrestlers in. We'll see confirmation when they get on there, but I believe this will be our bronze medal matchup. Randy and TJ versus Jay and Jake Book. Shamelessly rooting for my Iowa guy, of course. Let's see, is Randy in the first match or is TJ? Randy. All right, Randy. You got this. Watch out for the freight train. You always got to make sure to have a plan. Curious what Randy's plan is. Okay, here we go. Jay versus Randy. Which team is going to get the bronze and which team is going to move on to the finals? Oh, dirty. Yep. Randy was so ready for that big hit that he let his guard down, and fair play to Jay. That was I said dirty, but that was perfectly clean. It was gamesmanship. You know how it is. If it's a henka for a guy that you wanted to win, then it's smart. If it's a henka for a guy that if you wanted the other guy to win, then it's dirty, right? Oh man, still hurts though. Still hurts, Randy. I feel you. Jake Book versus TJ here. Teammates from Ohio. Teammates who have helped get the Iowa club started up, so I can root for both of them. They both come in palms flying, but TJ's got the better of him so far. Jake just doing everything he can to hang on. And then TJ whips him to the side, and down he goes. Okay, so that means that TJ evens it up. TJ evens it up, so is it going to be Randy or TJ in the third? And is it going to be Jay or Jake Book? I almost want it to be Jay versus Randy again. Yeah, is that the only Henka we've seen work today? I think it is. We've seen a couple guys have kind of kind of gamey Tachi eyes. Um, but I don't know if I saw I don't know if I saw any of them work that hard. Oh, I wonder if Jay's calling him out. If he's like, "Hey, I won't do it this time. I promise." No. Okay, we got Jay versus TJ. Winner of this match will advance his team to the finals against Gabe and Hunter. The loser of this match, his team will have the bronze medal. It was a nice Henka, wasn't it? Yeah. Nah, there's one match if you can find it. The only other Henka I've seen in amateur sumo that's been better. Heavyweight champion Jose Galindo at Nationals in 2022. There was a guy who had never done sumo before, and Jose Henka'd the hell out of him, and it was beautiful. But anyways, enough about Henkas for the moment. We got Jay out of San Antonio on the left, TJ out of Ohio on the right. Jay comes in hard that time. TJ's ready for it, but he's not ready for that. Jay's able to keep up the attack and advance him and Jake Book to the finals. Solid effort, though. The few guys that we've seen be able to take Jay's Tachi without immediately dying, it's still a lot to overcome. There's still so much that Jay has in the tank. It's not like it's his only move, and once you're through that, you're good. You know, you still have a lot that you got to fight for, and he's still incredibly strong, even if he has to resort to I don't know if I even want to call it Plan B, because it's still kind of Plan A. Regardless, yeah, Jay has proven he is a lot to handle, and TJ did not have the answer there. That does mean we are down to 2 teams. It is time for the finals. Both these teams are on the podium already. We got Hunter and Gabe versus Jay and Jake Book. Now, double elimination style, I'm not sure exactly how they'll handle this. If Jay and Jake Book, if they take a win off of Hunter and Gabe, like if they do a 2 out of 3, do they do another 2 out of 3? We'll see how they're going to handle the bracket. But regardless, we will have at least this first one here where Hunter and Gabe, who are undefeated so far as a group, will go up against Jay and Jake Book, who lost their very first matchup and then had to battle all the way through the lower bracket to get here. So even though they're both in the finals, Jay and Jake Book have had 2 more matchups than Hunter and Gabe have already today. All right, so we got Hunter on the left, and we got Jake Book on the right. First bout of our gold medal match. Both of these guys very well versed, very clever, very experienced. 2 of our Midwestern sumo pillars here. Ooh, Jake goes for the slapdown right away, but Hunter's not buying it. Hunter gets inside. They both got upper arm, upper body grips here, playing around with some pulling. Nobody's got the belt yet. Jake dives in for a leg, almost gets it, and then Hunter decides, nope, you are on the ground. Dang, authoritative. Jake really had that leg. He was in there deep for a second. But yeah, no, Hunter, once Jake got in there too deep, Hunter had that overarm grip, and just that was enough. That was enough to get Jake turned over and down. So we have Gabe on the left. We have Jay on the right. If Gabe wins this, I think that is the gold medal and the last match of the day, potentially. If Jay wins, then it will have to be a rematch to see who takes this matchup here. If Jay and Jake Book win, we potentially have more matches, but we'll see how the bracket shakes out there. But at least for the moment, if Gabe wins this one sumo bout, that will end the whole thing, and Hunter and Gabe will be the champions. Okay, let's see if the lightweight champ can take out the heavyweight champ. Whoa! Yeah, Gabe goes high, Jay goes strong, stays strong. There you go. So, Jay definitely silences me there. He and Jake Book save it for the moment, and they will have to send in one of their guys one more time against Hunter or Gabe. Okay, looks like we are putting it down to Gabe versus Jake. Probably the two most experienced guys in the event today. They are two club leaders who have really brought up a huge amount of the guys around them into our amateur sumo scene. Everything riding on this one. Who do we got? They come in hard. Jake stays steady. Gabe keeps his distance. Gabe's locking up that collegiate wrestling style there. They get nice and low, forehead to forehead. Got grips on each other's shoulders, and they're wrist fighting on the inside there. Ooh, Gabe slaps him aside, drives him backwards. Goes for a bit of a pull down, but Jake's not having it. Still no belt grips, it looks like. Gabe might have that far side, but they are mostly playing the wrestling style up top there. Gabe hopping him backwards a little bit, but Jake is staying steady. Gabe has him out. There you go. That last little push at the edge. Gabe was able to take it. Gabe was able to take the match. Excuse me. Gabe was able to take the bout, which means the match, which means the bracket. There you go. I think that does it. Yeah, we don't have to. There's no double elimination or anything. Hunter and Gabe are your team champions. Wow, Jay and Jake Book making that Cinderella run through the lower bracket, that was insane. But when it came down to it, at the very end, Hunter and Gabe really, they really put their stamp on it. And Gabe, taking that loss to Jay, wanted to get right back in there. Had an excellent match to finish it on, too, that last match against Jake Book. So, I think that does it for our sumo today. I think we are all done. Why don't I bring up some brackets here? I can talk us through our total results one more time, and then I think we got to sign off. I think that's about it. So, why don't we start with men's lightweight? In men's lightweight, we had Corey Delaney out of Ohio Sumo with the bronze medal. Louis Hart out of Grand Rapids with silver, and Gabe Unick went undefeated in lightweight. Not just finishing off that final day there, but he went undefeated in his own division to take gold. In middleweight, we had Jake Book, who you just saw there as well, take the bronze. Jake Book out of Ohio. Will Campbell out of Grand Rapids took the silver medal, and going undefeated in middleweight, Ben Lacey out of Ohio Sumo Dayton. In light heavyweight, third place, Iowa Sumo's Randy Langton. In second place, Chris Chim out of Toronto. And the undefeated light heavyweight champion, Brandon Rudzinski out of Rock City Sumo in Detroit. Men's heavyweight, this was our biggest division. We had 9 guys in it. In third place, we had the Chicago Giant, Steve McNulty. He went 5-3, and then we had 2 co-leaders, Jay Scriven and Jake Cullison, went 7-1 in heavyweight. After a tiebreaker, Jake Cullison was left with the silver medal, and Jay out of Mighty Eagle in San Antonio got the gold. In open weight, it was somewhat similar. Jay went undefeated to take the gold medal, but we also had Brandon Rudzinski out of Rock City Sumo took silver, and TJ Moore out of Ohio took bronze in open weight. In the team tournament that we just wrapped up, Randy of Iowa and TJ of Ohio got bronze. Jay of San Antonio and Jake Book of Ohio, both that team got silver. And your team gold medalists, we had Hunter of Ohio and Gabe of Grand Rapids taking the gold. So that's where things shake out. I do not know if there will be a medal ceremony here. Sorry, Gabriella. I don't know if that's going to be on the camera. We definitely don't have audio from the venue, But if they are going to do an awards ceremony, I am assuming they would do it in the middle of the ring. So I'm going to stick around for just a minute to see if that's going to be the case. Otherwise, if they're not doing that right now, this would probably be... There we go. Good. There's some medals. So we will stick around. I'll call out faces as we see them, but it does look like Gabe is going to be handing out medals for our champions. All right, if any of you guys are listening, if you need anything from me, give me a call on Facebook and talk me through stuff. Otherwise, I'm happy to just call out the names as I see the faces come up for their medals. Up to you guys. Yeah, Caleb with the eagle emoji. You're dang right. That's 2 golds and a silver for Jay. Not bad at all for a second tournament. Yeah, I really want to call out how yeah, extreme close up there. That was a great crotch shot, wasn't it? Um, uh, I got to call out Jay for traveling across the country for sumo wrestling just so soon after learning it, and only a month after meeting any of the people that he was going to see up there. Just a lot of courage, lot of balls to just decide. You know what? I like this. This was a lot of fun. We are going to do we're going to travel across the country to do this again. Ooh, hey, there you go. We got a guest of honor there. Hasn't been on camera much today at all. That big guy you're seeing right there, if you don't know him, that is Yama. Yama's a former professional sumo wrestler. Looks like we're having him hand out the medals. He's given out lightweight bronze to Corey of Ohio Sumo. Yama, up until recently, lived out in Los Angeles and did a lot of sumo stuff out there, including running the Yamamoto Sumo Dojo, where we have a bunch of national champions out of. There you go. He's given the silver medal to Louis out of Grand Rapids. And gold medal goes to Gabe, our tournament organizer and hometown coach here in Grand Rapids. But yeah, Yama's a legend around here, and he has recently moved out to the Midwest. I think he's in St. Louis, but he is just because he's moving across the country doesn't mean he doesn't want to be involved in sumo. So he is taken a lot of steps to get to know the guys around our parts, and we are ecstatic to have somebody like him to help upgrade our Midwestern brand of sumo. So next, I imagine we're going to have our middleweight guys come on up. There we go. There is Ohio Sumo's Jake Book. We'll call him an honorary Iowan for the day, just for bragging's sake, right? He came from here. His medal kind of counts for us, right? He helped us get our start, so that counts a little bit. Next up, the silver medal in middleweight. You know what? I think Will left, so I think, yep, there you go. So we're going straight to gold here for Ben Lacey out of Ohio Sumo. Yeah, Will Campbell was setting up the after party at a restaurant for the whole group, so he is not present there for for the medal ceremony. And there you go. There's a little bit of sake for Jake. Oh, I see. Okay, the sake is the stand-in for Will. Perfect. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, next up, we'll get our light heavyweights in here. There you go. Wear that green and white Zekin proudly. That is Randy Langton out of Iowa Sumo. There you go. Chris Chim out of Toronto. Silver medal in light heavyweight. And out of Rock City Sumo, Detroit's Brandon Rudzinski with the light heavyweight gold. There you go. Getting the sake in there for these guys are more graceful in the ring than out of it looks like. Excellent. Okay, now our heavyweights. Yeah, in third place, oh, good, he is still there. I hadn't seen Steve in a little while. So yeah, there you go. In third place, Steve out of Chicago. Yama, surprised he didn't need a step stool to get that medal up on there. Second place, Jake Cullison out of Ohio. And heavyweight champ, here he is, Jay out of Mighty Eagle Sumo. There you go. Bottle of sake looks tiny in his hands. Yeah, Steve makes the heavyweights look like children here, doesn't he? We've given him so much grief over being enormous. I'm sure he gets plenty of it, but yeah, there you go. Matt going for the selfie. Matt's super psyched. Steve is one of his teammates, and yeah, that's one of the that's one of the biggest accomplishments for Chicago Sumo Club so far. Steve doing a great job at heavyweight. Next up here, open weight. Third place is TJ Moore out of Ohio Sumo. Yeah, TJ had a heck of a day. He got he didn't place in heavyweight. He had some trouble facing heavyweight, but in open weight managed to get third place. Thought that was really cool. Where's Yama with the medals? There we go. Okay, second place. Oh, he's around here somewhere. There's Brandon out of Rock City Sumo. And poor Jay's back. He's got to hold up so many medals here. I don't know how he's going to do it. Jay out of Mighty Eagle Sumo in San Antonio with the dual golds, taking heavyweight. And again, open weight. With the tiny novelty bottle of sake for this one. Awesome. Well done, guys. Alrighty. Okay, so now I believe we'll be doing our teams next. There we go, Randy and TJ. Randy and TJ are team's third place finalists. Attaboy Randy, bringing that hardware back to Iowa. Second place team, we got Jake and Jay. Jay bringing home 2 golds and a silver. Yeah, I'd smile that big too. There you go, and Jake Book taking home his middleweight bronze and his team silver. If anybody on site can hear me, have them scoot over a little bit into frame. Have everybody scoot to camera's left. But we've got our gold medalists in the team division: Hunter Williams of Ohio and Gabe Unick out of Grand Rapids. There you go. The sake bottles get smaller as we go. Awesome. Way to go, guys. Yeah. Hunter's too humble. He's not going to accept any of that. There you go. Gabe's feet not even touching the ground. Oh man, yeah, what a day. That was incredible. All right, well, it sounds like it's about time for us to sign off. Thank you, everybody who stuck with us. That is a lot of hardware coming home to Texas. Thank you so much, Jay, for coming up here and kicking our butts. Big thank you to Grand Rapids Sumo Club for putting on the event. I know Gabe and Micah and Will, everybody put in tons of time here to make this happen. So thank you guys so much. And a big shout out to our friends behind the camera who are making this happen. Kaylin, aka Zombie Mommy out of Iron Mountain Sumo. Thank you so much for stepping in on short notice when I had to pull out for COVID. Thank you, Matt Shields, for running the technology, getting all the pictures. I know you saw him running around getting photography all over the place. Oh, it looks like we got a couple more awards. I don't know what's going on here. We got an extra award for TJ. I wonder if we are doing Fighting Spirit or something awards. But yes, let's see who else helped out. Yama, thank you so much for coming out and just giving us your guidance and making helping make our sumo better, just by being around, giving us pointers. There you go. I'll have to get an update from the rest of the guys on this last medal ceremony, but yeah, great job to all these guys. Everybody put out some crazy sumo today, and it's been a ton of fun. Just to shout out myself real quick, you are already watching this on the Grand Sumo Breakdown YouTube channel. Make sure to check out the rest of our stuff for coverage of amateur and professional sumo. And as always, if you want to know what's going on in amateur sumo, go check out sumo411.com. That is Kellyanne Ball's website. It is the single most complete calendar of amateur sumo events, I'm pretty sure, in the world. So keep up to date on your tournaments there. Keep up to date mainly Facebook and Instagram. Check out your favorite clubs. Check out your favorite wrestlers. And I am going to sign off here, and just let's all enjoy as our wrestlers come in and get a big group shot. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. This is Jake signing off. Thank you so much. Looking forward to it again. Bye, everybody.